those who disturb the peace and stability in the region lies in Israel, but Iran is the one that is being punished for those actions. There is a poem that roughly says something to the effect that someone in one side of the world does something to disturb the peace and someone else is punished for those actions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Islamic Republic of Iran welcomes peace and stability. We believe that the future of our region and of the world must be built upon cooperation, trust, and shared development. In this framework, Iran supports the peace process between the Republic of Azerbaijan and the Republic of Armenia and hopes that its outcome shall be enduring and serve as a foundation for improved relations between these two neighboring states. Iran also hopes that the efforts to bring an end to the war in Ukraine may result in a just and lasting agreement between Russia and Ukraine and bring solace to the human suffering caused by this crisis. Iran welcomes the defensive pact between the two brotherly Muslim countries, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia and the Islamic Republic of Pakistan, as a beginning for a comprehensive regional security system with the cooperation of the Muslim states of West Asia in the political, security, and defense domains. Finally, Iran condemns the criminal aggression of the Israeli regime against Qatar, which resulted in the martyrdom of a number of Palestinian and Qatari nationals, and declares its support and solidarity with the government and people of Qatar. Ladies and gentlemen, true security is not achieved through force, but through confidence building, mutual respect, regional convergence, and multilateralism grounded in international laws. Based on this foundation, a call upon all to practice listening to one another instead of raising voices, to re-examine the intellectual premises of polarization and political violence, which today ensnares not only the international community, but also renders societies internally with tension and turmoil. To uphold as the common denominator of all beliefs and cultures the principles that whatever we do not approve for ourselves, we should not impose upon others, instead of distorting concepts and narratives with biased interpretations. To restore and rehabilitate the credibility of international laws, institutions, and mechanisms, and to commit to the establishment of a regional system of security and cooperation in West Asia. Ladies and gentlemen, we Iranians have extended our power in the world not by producing and employing nuclear weapons, nor by the slaughter of hundreds of thousands in the 20th century, nor by genocide and the imposition of starvation upon the children in Gaza in the 21st century, and not even through the historic empires of Iran, but rather through a culture of human fellowship and the message of empathy of universal sages such as Rumi, Hafiz, Saadi, who 8 centuries ago declared, "Human beings are members of a whole, in creation of one essence and soul. If one member is inflicted with pain, other members uneasy will remain. If you have no sympathy for human pain, the name of human you cannot pertain. Those criminals who bully by murdering children are not worthy of the name human being, and assuredly they shall never prove to be trustworthy partners." Relying upon its time-honored tradition of altruism and human fellowship, Iran is a steadfast partner and a trustworthy companion for all peace-seeking countries, a friendship and a partnership grounded not in fleeting expediency, but in dignity, trust, and a shared future. We, the upright people of Iran, by standing firm against lawless marauders, have surmounted with honor the injustices, discriminations, and double standards imposed upon us. And today, with an opportunity-oriented outlook, we have transformed this historic achievement of the Iranian people into a platform for a leap toward a hopeful future. Let us together with you turn threats into opportunities. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José Raúl Mulino Quintero, President of the Republic of Panama. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Muy buenos días.
A very good morning, Madam President, distinguished heads of state and government, honourable delegates. On behalf of the Panamanian people, with profound respect and renewed hope, I appear before this honourable assembly on the 80th anniversary of this organisation, which remains a beacon for peace, cooperation and progress. Panama has been committed since the signing of the Charter of San Francisco in 1945 to peace building, security, sustainable development and human rights. Over these 8 decades, our country has championed multilateral diplomacy and public international law as a cornerstone of our foreign policy. The UN 80 initiative, presented by the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, offers an opportunity to reflect on the past, to raise awareness of present threats, and to envision a fairer future. We firmly believe that today more than ever, we must strengthen the value of multilateralism to respond to global challenges and crises as a tool to mitigate asymmetries among nations. In this regard, I wish to highlight that multilateral policy contributed to our country's removal, for instance, from discriminatory lists imposed by the European Union and the Financial Action Task Force. Since it does not make sense to be a member of the Security Council of this organization, while at the same time appearing on lists alongside countries that promote terrorism, we believe it is the right time to undertake a comprehensive reform to make the Security Council more effective, to make the General Assembly more representative, to make specialized agencies more inclusive, and, above all, to reduce bureaucracy. Panama, just like other countries, calls for greater representation of Latin America and the Caribbean in decision-making bodies. The time has come to update the architecture of multilateral governance. Our region is the world's leading exporter of food. It is home to a strategic canal linking the Atlantic and the Pacific, and it holds more than 50% of the planet's biodiversity. We are major suppliers of minerals. We possess the largest freshwater reserves. We live together in peace, and we strive to preserve this. All of these elements make us a key global actor, and we must ensure that our representation reflects our role and our global significance. In line with our mission to contain and prevent the tragic outcome of a global war, which was its fundamental raison d'être, the United Nations is also facing a challenge of promoting urgent action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, the world is facing a trifecta of devastating crises: climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss, all against a backdrop of weakened cooperation. The response to these crises must be swift and united. In response, Panama has put forward its Nature Pledge, which is our pact with nature. This is a new way of understanding environmental and climate policy, integrating our obligations on climate, biodiversity, and land into a single national commitment. In practice, Panama is pledging to curb its emissions by 2035. Even as a carbon-negative country, we believe there's always room to take further steps towards sustainability for future generations. To this end, we will be restoring 100 100,000 hectares of priority ecosystems, including mangroves and water basins, because nature, we think, is our front line of defense against climate change. Panama trusts in a renewed United Nations, one that strengthens digital security and international cooperation with ethical and inclusive principles, that supports just energy transitions, and one that upholds freedom of expression. In this spirit, we reaffirm our unwavering respect for freedom and democracy in our region, which continues to suffer from instability at the hands of those who disregard the popular will expressed through the ballot box, or who simply do not permit open and transparent elections. We aspire to be a member of the United Nations that is capable of preventing conflicts before they arise, that can better respond promptly to humanitarian emergencies, that better coordinates its field agencies, and that more faithfully represents the diversity of peoples across the globe. Panama has offered to host offices of United Nations system organizations to support reform efforts under the UN 80 initiative. I also wish today to express my solidarity with the Japanese people. This on the occasion of the 23rd anniversary of North Korea's admission of its abduction of at least 17 Japanese nationals. The world needs to know the truth so that these events are never repeated, and Japan deserves justice. Ladies and gentlemen, I cannot let this opportunity pass without highlighting that we have now completed a quarter century since our canal was transferred into Panamanian hands. As of the 31st of December 1999, the Republic of Panama took up the works and operations of the canal efficiently, safely, sustainably and neutrally, this in accordance with the Panama Canal Treaty, Torrijos Carta Treaty, and the Permanent Neutrality Treaty, which were both signed in 1977. Since then, we have administered the waterway in exemplary fashion, contributed to the country's economic development, and operated the canal for the benefit of international navigation. Over this period, Panama expanded the interoceanic route using our own resources to meet the demand of larger vessels. Now we are taking another step forward. We are supporting the Panama Canal Authority in the development of the Rio Indio Reservoir. This is an ambitious project to ensure water supply for our population and the canal, so that vessel traffic is not threatened by recurring droughts in our region. Our waterway serves more than 180 maritime routes and more than 140 nations, and approximately 4% of global trade passes through it. We are committed to ensuring efficiency in support of international logistics. Before this assembly, Panama once again reaffirms its serious and sustained commitment to the regime established under the treaty concerning permanent neutrality, to which the protocol of which numerous states have adhered to. Neutrality is the best formula to safeguard the security of our canal, a global public good. The Panama Canal is neutral, open to the world, and a facilitator of more integrated international trade. It is and shall remain Panamanian. Ladies and gentlemen, Panama, as you know, holds a non-permanent seat on the United Nations Security Council for the 2025-2026 term. This past August, we held the rotating presidency of the Security Council. We viewed this role as a responsibility to maintain a strong voice in favor of peace, sovereign equality of states, justice, international law, and respect for agreements among nations. We have also stressed the importance of maritime security as a priority during our participation in the Council. Panama's national identity is closely linked to maritime transport. Over the centuries, we have consolidated our role as a key actor in navigation and international trade. Piracy, arms and drugs trafficking, and illegal fishing all affect trade and the global maritime transport system. As a transit nation and a logistics hub in our continent, Panama proposes to strengthen cooperation among specialized agencies, including through a regional network to promote maritime security. This would operate under the umbrella of ocean governance and in accordance with international law. I wish to reiterate before this assembly the work that this organization needs to undertake to mitigate the effects of illegal migration driven by organizations that are either directly or indirectly linked to drugs trafficking. For years, millions of people have been passing through our Darien region, which is on our border with Colombia. And yet in just 1 year in office, we've reduced the flow of migrants heading north to 0. That crisis was resolved, thus meeting the promise to shut down illegal crossings through the Darien. The humanitarian and environmental consequences were extreme. The suffering of women and children subjected to abuse and the pollution of one of the world's most biodiverse areas. These continue to cause pain to those of us who have had direct contact with the situation. Today we are seeing north-south migration on a much smaller scale, but which renews our commitment to the orderly transit of people so that they may return home. I must say that while the migratory crisis has been resolved, the causes of mass emigration remain unaddressed. The fact that our country has resolved this scourge doesn't mean that we should let up in our demands for concrete responses, such as in the case of the border between Haiti and the Dominican Republic, which is facing unchecked migration that also has an effect on the entire region. It's essential that we find clear solutions both for the Haitian crisis and, more generally, for effective control of migratory flows. We are currently suffering from the growth of another illegal activity, which is drug trafficking. Today, it poses a threat to human lives and a grave risk of instability throughout the entire region due to the different cartels operating there. Just to give you a quick idea, this year alone, Panama has seized nearly 150 tons of cocaine and other drugs. This is an historic and alarming figure, one which compels us to step up our efforts to seek greater cooperation and to galvanize resources in a struggle that must be a common cause among all nations of the world. Honourable members, next year, the Amphictyonic Congress of Panama, convened by the liberator Simón Bolívar, will celebrate its bicentenary. Its proposal was for an international system based on the sovereign equality of states, justice, law, and international cooperation to achieve the people's common goals. We hope that this commemoration will serve as a new starting point for international cooperation, one that respects and elevates the values of sovereignty, peace, and peaceful coexistence, values that must guide our work in this and other global fora. Honourable members, before this forum of global peace and international cooperation, I reiterate the faith of the Panamanian people in the United Nations system. At times of crisis, when the winds of unilateralism, polarization, and fragmentation are blowing, Panama will raise its voice in defense of multilateralism. Panama will remain an enthusiastic member of the United Nations, a defender of international law, and a tireless proponent of global peace. Because, as this year's theme reminds us, we are stronger together, and only together can we build a fairer and more humane future for all. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Panama. As the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Peter Pavel, President of the Czech Republic, I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am humbled to speak here in front of you again. Today, I wish to address two main issues: United Nations achievements and necessity of its reform, and prospect of multilateralism in the light of Russian aggression. 80 years ago, the United Nations was founded with great hope to prevent war and destruction, never to repeat the horrors of World War II. My country proudly stood amongst the founding nations, signing the charter that would become our collective moral compass. Since 1945, we have witnessed remarkable achievements. The United Nations helped to prevent another full-scale world conflict. It assisted in dissolution of colonialism and rise of new sovereign countries in Asia, Africa, Europe, and Latin America. Together, we created a robust multilateral system of rules and global cooperation in international security, human rights, and economic development. Together with the UN, we have fought famine, disease, illiteracy, and poverty in some of the world's most vulnerable regions. Dozens of peacekeeping missions have helped to ease tensions in conflict zones. Thanks to its long-standing efforts, the UN has helped transform countless lives and laid the groundwork for a better world, a world which is more humane and more cooperative. It provided a platform where even the smallest nations can speak out and be heard. The UN remains the only institution where the world can collectively confront global crises. Not with weapons, but with dialogue, shared responsibility, and pressure where necessary. UN's greatest achievement is not perfection, it's persistence. With many devastating conflicts ongoing, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has significantly transformed the global security landscape. Since the last general debate a year ago, our world has not become more secure. On the contrary. In the game of smoke and mirrors, Russia continues targeting civilians, civilian infrastructure, foreign diplomatic missions, and most recently, even our neighboring country, Poland. Not to forget the acts of hybrid warfare on our own territory. These range from disinformation campaigns and attempts to undermine public trust, to cyber attacks, and even acts of sabotage carried out by mercenaries recruited online. Despite being the largest country on the map, Russia still aims to seize Ukrainian territory and expand its sphere of influence. Backed by China, Iran, North Korea, and other countries that help it circumvent sanctions and provide economic or political support. Russia, a permanent member of UN Security Council, is not only violating the principles of state sovereignty and territorial integrity enshrined in the UN Charter, but also sets a dangerous example and precedent, sending the message that aggression can yield territorial and political gain and remain unpunished. Ladies and gentlemen, our multilateral system was created on the premise that rules apply to all without exception. The consequences of this war go far beyond the news headlines. This war threatens to dismantle our system of governance based on mutual respect, equal partnership, and rules we all subscribe to. What is happening in Europe today could happen anywhere else tomorrow, under different circumstances, but under the exact same pretext. If Russia wins this unjust war, it will legitimize the triumph of brute force. Turning a blind eye to Ukraine today is a green light to any future aggressor anywhere in the world. Disruptions of the status quo in the Taiwan Strait or elsewhere in the Indo-Pacific would further destabilize global security and trade. Geographical distance offers no protection. Security in one part of the world is directly linked to security everywhere. Tolerating the principle of might makes right will lead to the end of multilateralism and the beginning of life under principles dictated by a powerful few. It would be a future with history deliberately rewritten, with lies promoted as facts, and with truth slowly disappearing from our discourse and memory. Just the opposite of what most of our nations fought for in the previous century. The heroism of Ukrainian people, their willingness to sacrifice for freedom, and global solidarity with Ukraine demonstrate that most of us still believe in universal values and in our responsibility to defend them. To achieve sustainable peace, we democratic allies from all over the world must act in unity and intensify our economic pressure on Russia. This is the only way to bring the aggressor to the negotiating table. Such peace, based on the existing international law, including territorial integrity and the right of self-determination, is in the interest of not only European countries, but of the whole international community. Any future peace agreement must send a clear message worldwide that aggressor must not be rewarded and borders cannot be changed by force. Ladies and gentlemen, the structure of the UN was based on the outcome of the World War II. Today, one of the UN Security Council permanent members is waging a ruthless war while obstructing any constructive solutions put forward. It is in light of these new geopolitical realities that we need a strong and effective UN system capable of responding to today's global challenges, from security threats and climate change to rapid evolution of new technologies. Otherwise, we risk sliding into a world that is more fragmented, more dangerous, and far less predictable. Czechia welcomes the UN Aid initiative and the commitments in the Pact for Future. Yet these ambitions stand in stark contrast with today's reality. In the light of Russian aggression against Ukraine, the UN Security Council is currently failing its purpose and mission. Therefore, we advocate for a comprehensive reform of the UN Security Council for greater effectiveness, inclusiveness, transparency, and accountability, with the aim to honor the principles of the UN Charter and to strengthen the voice of underrepresented regions. Freedom and human rights are not granted entitlements. They are hard-won principles that must be cherished and protected. Security Council membership should not be seen as a matter of prestige or privilege, but above all, a responsibility to defend global peace. That's why Czechia is seeking a non-permanent seat on the UN Security Council for the term 2032-33, with a clear commitment to uphold the rules-based international order. We cannot afford to have the UN paralyzed or blocked in its ability to respond to crises and challenges. Current urgent crises are already consuming too much of our attention and resources at the expense of other major, equally pressing issues. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, as I mentioned in the beginning of my speech, the UN significantly improved the quality of life of billions, including through access to education, healthcare, and services. In this year's Sustainable Development Report, Czechia ranked 10th out of 167 countries. I am fortunate to be a citizen of a country which by global standards offers a secure and comfortable life. This doesn't mean that there are no challenges. Much work still lies ahead if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals 2030, both at home and globally. After all, most of the challenges we are facing are global. No single nation is powerful enough to succeed alone. That is why we need more dialogue. That is why we need greater cooperation and collective action. And ultimately, that is why multilateralism must not only survive, it must thrive. Not only for us, but most importantly, for future generations. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Czech Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Karen Keller-Sutter, President of the Swiss Confederation. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency and invite her to address the Assembly.
Madame la Présidente,
Madam President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, 80 years ago, the world entered a new era, better times. On the 27th of January, 1945, the Auschwitz concentration camp was liberated. On the 8th of May, 1945, the war in Europe ended, and on 25 June 1945, 50 states adopted the United Nations Charter in San Francisco. And I quote from the Charter, "They were determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war, which twice in our lifetime has brought untold sorrow to mankind." End of quote. Upon the ruins of the Second World War, a new international order was born out of a shared conviction and determination to bring peace and prosperity to the world. The horrors of this time also gave rise to the Geneva Conventions of 1949, which protect the victims of armed conflict. At that time, the foundations for progress and democracy, the rule of law, and the market economy were laid down. Foundations which, despite all of the limitations and setbacks, also benefited international cooperation, free trade, peace, and international law. Without drawing any historical parallels, it is clear that this year, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, we are experiencing a new era of particularly extreme political and economic upheaval at a time when, once again, too many wars are raging with civilian populations experiencing unbearable suffering, a time in which a just, lasting peace in the Middle East and Ukraine still seems beyond reach, and during which autocratic tendencies are gaining ground, including in Europe, a time in which free trade is being put to the test, and where ultimately international law, including the Charter of the United Nations, risk becoming dead letter. These upheavals are not coming out of nowhere. They are the result of developments that, in some cases, date back a long time, in which, in retrospect, we failed to take seriously enough for far too long. We need to be honest with ourselves. These are developments that have no simple solutions, neither at the international nor at the national levels, nor is it enough today to reiterate yet again, merely in speeches, the merits of a particular form of government, the rule of law, international law, free trade, and multilateralism. No, if we wish to surmount the challenges which we face, we have a duty to redouble our efforts. For what is the benefit of the achievements of civilization? What are they worth if they do not tangibly contribute to freedom, security, and prosperity, if they do not bring tangible benefits for people in their day-to-day lives? There are two errors which we must not make. Firstly, pointing the finger only at others. Secondly, leaving international organizations alone to work alone and acting as if they were completely detached from us. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to begin where we can guarantee freedom and contribute to security and prosperity right now. And generally, this is at home, within our own countries. Let me be clear, this is not about praising national self-interest, nor is this about condemning multilateralism. Quite to the contrary. Switzerland is convinced that multilateralism, international organizations, the United Nations are essential for the peaceful coexistence of peoples, for global economic prosperity, for the resolution of challenges, including migration, climate change, the digital transition, and as finance minister, I would also add for global financial stability. Last year, we together adopted the Pact for the Future, a robust commitment to multilateralism. A central pillar of that pact is the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. We must now implement these roadmaps without delay. Switzerland is also convinced that International Geneva can make a unique contribution to the attainment of these goals. Geneva, as the United Nations leading operational center, has robust expertise in numerous crucial areas for our future, particularly those related to humanity and innovation. This is a unique unparalleled ecosystem for reflection, discussion, and concerted action. But a strong international organization needs strong members. And when I say strong, I do not mean strength in terms of size or strength in terms of military might. I am talking about states that are in a position to provide their citizens with an environment in which they're able to flourish and to express themselves freely and in complete safety and security. Security not just in the military sense, but also at the legal, economic, and social security level. Security and freedom are essential prerequisites for economic growth and therefore for prosperity. They require institutions that are legally sound, reliable, and capable of taking action, and they require political, social, and financial stability. And here, each state has an obligation to shoulder its own responsibilities. We cannot simply delegate our responsibilities to an international organization. Ladies, gentlemen, the international community cannot but benefit from the domestic strength, prosperity, and stability of each state. Only strong states, strong domestically, can demonstrate true solidarity and contribute to a successful, prosperous international community. But we need to also redouble our efforts as an international community. Today, more than ever before, the United Nations must also take a critical look at itself to consider whether it is still able to fulfill its role as the 50 states intended when they adopted the Charter in San Francisco on 25 June 1945. Multilateralism is also undergoing unprecedented upheaval. These upheavals are punctuated by a resurgence of violations in the normative framework and the very principles and values that underpin multilateral action. Dialogue, cooperation, consensus building, respect for international law, and sovereign equality of states, regardless of size, of economic strength, strength or political influence. Switzerland calls upon all states to make a firm commitment to uphold the principles and values enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations 80 years ago. This is the prelude to any reflection on reforms and efficiency measures to strengthen the impact of our actions in the 3 pillars of the organization. With this in mind, we fully support the UN 80 reform program of the Secretary General. A greater effectiveness, coherence, agility, and impact of multilateral action should each guide our decisions. A structured, well-thought-through approach together for defining the UN of the future is vital. I can assure you that Switzerland will continue to work towards reform. We remain committed to the reform efforts to a more effective and efficient United Nations and to sustainable multilateralism, both as a reliable host state and as a committed member state. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we are not in the same situation today as we were 80 years ago. We are in the midst of a critical phase, and the next chapter of history is yet to be written. This also means that we can play an active role in shaping it. And I quote an Auschwitz survivor, the Italian writer Primo Levi, "It happened. Therefore, it could happen again. This is the core of what we have to say." End of quote. But it doesn't have to happen again. And indeed, it must not happen again. This is why the United Nations was created 80 years ago, and this is also why we are here today. It is up to us to ensure that this turning point in history, which is so often invoked, as was the case 80 years ago, for this to usher in a new era of better times. Let us guard against arrogance and complacency, and let us get to work at home, in our countries, and together at the United Nations. Thank you.
Merci. I thank, on behalf of the Assembly, the President of the Swiss Confederation. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Excellency Edgars Rinkēvičs, President of the Republic of Latvia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates. First of all, allow me to congratulate Your Excellency, Madam Anna-Lena Baerbock, on assuming the presidency of the General Assembly. You will have Latvia's full cooperation. Latvia believes that we are stronger together, stronger in advancing peace, fostering development, upholding human rights. Standing here on this world stage, I would like to congratulate us on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations. 80 years working together to build a better, more just and peaceful world. This task has never been easy, but it is our duty to persist with determination and give our very best. I want to express Latvia's gratitude for the overwhelming support for our candidacy for the United Nations Security Council. We are beginning our term next year. This is our first term. Latvia will take on this responsibility with a strong sense of duty, a duty to serve with integrity, transparency, and with a clear commitment to the principles of the United Nations. Latvia is honored to serve on the Security Council for the good of people around the world. And we will stand together for peace and resilience. Latvia's 3 priorities in the Security Council are: first, protect our rules-based international order. Second, advocate for women, peace and security agenda. Also protect the most vulnerable people amongst us. Third, find solutions to emerging security threats. These include climate change, hybrid threats, the challenges related to the safety of artificial intelligence. Excellencies, the world is in disarray. Before our eyes, we see blatant attempts to weaken or even to destroy the rules-based international order, the order that is rooted in the United Nations Charter. In effect, a new world order is emerging, and it is not a better one. There is an attempt to recreate the world where the might makes right. The permanent members of the Security Council undertook to maintain international peace and security, to prevent wars, to prevent devastation and loss of life. But it seems that one permanent member, Russia, doesn't want this. Russia wants a world where brute force prevails over international law. Russia does not want peace. Russia wants to get what it wants. And Russia is willing to inflict destruction and misery on others. Unfortunately, Russia has partners in crime, notably Iran and North Korea. Ukraine is fighting back, bravely, with all it has. Ukraine is facing an existential threat to its people, to its land, to its freedom. Ukraine is fighting for all of us, for the rules-based international order, for independence and sovereignty, for territorial integrity, so that international borders are not changed by force. These actually are the very principles at heart of the United Nations. Latvia stands with Ukraine and will advocate for its sovereignty and territorial integrity at the United Nations Security Council. We are and we will be advocates for Ukrainian children abducted by Russia. They must be returned. We will be advocates for the Ukrainian civilians who have lost their homes and livelihoods. Latvia will use its position on the United Nations Security Council to help achieve a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. I want to express my appreciation to President Trump, President Zelensky, and my European colleagues for their efforts to achieve peace, for trying to stop the unnecessary destruction and the misery we are witnessing in Ukraine. It is our collective duty to uphold the principles of the United Nations Charter, especially when a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council openly violates them. We need no reminding that the United Nations was founded on the ruins of the World War II, to save future generations from the scourge of war, to maintain international peace and security, to protect human life. Distinguished delegates, in war, it is the most innocent that pay the highest price. It is our duty to strengthen international cooperation to tackle the escalating crisis in Gaza. The humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza continues to spiral. Urgent action is needed to end civilian suffering. Latvia condemns all terrorist attacks. Nothing can justify terrorism. We recognize Israel's legitimate right to self-defense, but it must be exercised in line with the international law and particularly international humanitarian law. The law is there to protect every one of us. Latvia calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. The terrorist organization Hamas must release all hostages. Hamas must be destroyed, as this organization is responsible for so much human suffering in the region. We need to ensure that the access to humanitarian aid in Gaza is safe and unconditional. The ongoing escalation confirms the need for a sustainable political solution, the need for a two-state solution in accordance with international parameters, the need to break the cycle of violence, to reach a just and lasting peace, a peace that addresses the security concerns and the legitimate aspirations of both the Israelis and Palestinians. Latvia is keenly aware of the ongoing conflicts around the world. We must work together to resolve the dire humanitarian situation in Sudan and Democratic Republic of the Congo. We will not look on helplessly as crises unfold. As a member of the Security Council, we will call on the international community to take collective action and to facilitate humanitarian aid, to try to end unnecessary human suffering. Distinguished delegates, we must do everything in our power to protect the most vulnerable people, especially women and children. Women and girls suffer disproportionately in times of war. We, the global community, have a responsibility to protect the rights of women and girls, to empower them, to ensure their voices are heard in peace processes. The first deportation of Ukrainian children to Russia is beyond disturbing. We call on the United Nations to do more, do much more. We will do all we can to help bring these children home. Madam President, it is not only conventional warfare that threatens peace, security, and stability. Emerging threats like climate change, cyber attacks, hybrid attacks, and the misuse of the artificial intelligence are testing us on a daily basis. Our modern world is connected in ways that most of us can't imagine. Today, many countries are experiencing a growing wave of hybrid attacks, also Latvia. We have to deal with damage to undersea cables, GPS jamming, arson attacks, the Russian shadow fleets. Russia continues and actually invests in new provocations, most recently recklessly violating the airspace of Poland and Estonia. The intensity of Russia's drone attacks against Ukraine has created incidents in Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, Romania. This is the new reality. Russia bears full responsibility for these acts and also consequences. This kind of reckless behavior is a direct threat to international peace and security, and we must act to stop it before such acts spiral out of control. We must counter these threats by resilience and increased cooperation with our friends and allies. But hybrid warfare is evolving, as are emerging and disruptive technologies. The challenge is to maximize the benefits these technologies can bring, while remaining vigilant of the potential risk they pose. We share the United Nations view that we need to develop artificial intelligence responsibly, but we should not halt the progress. Artificial intelligence can promote economic growth, drive scientific progress and innovation, even improve healthcare and make education more accessible. Artificial intelligence is already part of our daily lives. We must acknowledge this reality and work to make it safer and more beneficial for the people. The governments should not take years to create regulations. We should act swiftly and do it right. As a responsible United Nations member, a future UN Security Council member, Latvia is ready to work with our partners to address these issues. Ladies and gentlemen, the United Nations has stood the test of time for 80 years. It is the primary architect of international law and protector of rules-based international order. The United Nations is not perfect, but it is the best we have, the only truly global organization. As one of UN Secretary Generals, Dag Hammarskjöld, famously said, the United Nations was not created in order to bring us to heaven, but in order to save us from the hell. But after 80 years, it is time to adjust to new realities. The United Nations must evolve to remain relevant, to be effective and fit for the challenges ahead. That's why we support the UN 80 initiative by the Secretary General. Let us work together for peace and resilience. Let us protect the rules-based international order and the United Nations Charter, because we all are better together. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Latvia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency William Samuel Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President, the President of the 88th session of the UN General Assembly, Madam Annalena Baerbock, Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you, Madam President, on your election to preside over the 80th session of the UN General Assembly. Madam President, you can count on Kenya's full support throughout your tenure as you steer the Assembly into the future. Ladies and gentlemen, 8 years ago, in the aftermath of the unprecedented global destruction and devastating war, the international community came together in hope. They created this organization, the United Nations, as a shield against the horrors of war, as a platform for dialogue, and as a bridge to a better, fairer, more secure global community. What is often forgotten or not mentioned today is that the United Nations grew out of the failure of the League of Nations that existed between 1919 and 1945. The League of Nations did not collapse for lack of good intentions or noble objectives. Formed at the end of the First World War and as part of the Treaty of Versailles, it was humanity's first attempt to build a permanent international organization to stop aggression and war and bring nations together. Its ambitions were to achieve collective global security, disarmament, peaceful dispute resolution, and cooperation on humanitarian and social issues. Despite these ideals, the League of Nations failed. The United States never joined, other great powers came and went, and without enforcement authority, its condemnation carried little weight. When Japan invaded Manchuria, when Italy marched into Ethiopia, and when Hitler openly defied its rules, the League stood by, helpless and powerless. By the late 1930s, its credibility had collapsed, and with the outbreak of the World War II, it was rendered irrelevant. Madam President, this history is both a lesson and a warning. Institutions rarely fail because they lack vision or ideals. More often, they drift into irrelevance when they do not adapt, when they hesitate to act, and when they lose legitimacy. To remain relevant, institutions must be reimagined, must be reformed, renewed, and aligned with emerging realities. 8 decades ago, the founders of the UN sought to correct the failures of the League of Nations by creating a stronger, more inclusive organization anchored in the principles of, and I quote, "We the people of the United Nations, determined to save succeeding generations from the scourge of war," end of quote. Today, we are gathered for the UN at 80. The question is unavoidable. Is the United Nations relevant to the demands of our time? Can it continue to serve humanity in the face of current realities? Or has it become a relic of a bygone era? Madam President, Excellencies, we meet against a grim global backdrop. Conflict rages in Eastern Europe, the Middle East, the Sahel, the Horn of Africa, and beyond. Climate disasters grow fiercer by the day. Inequality deepens, pandemics loom, and technological disruptions outpaces governance. Instead of trust, mistrust is spreading. Instead of solidarity, fragmentation is taking root. In place of hope, anxiety fills our global community. We are living, to borrow from the words of the founders of this institution, not in larger freedom, but in growing uncertainty. At this moment of turbulence, when we most need a strong United Nations, the organization faces its deepest crisis in credibility and capacity. Funding cuts have paralyzed its operations. Bureaucracy has slowed its response. The Security Council remains frozen in the post-war structures of 1945, unable to act inclusively, with fairness, and with speed. Ladies and gentlemen, I can, however, state with absolute conviction that the United Nations has been one of humanity's greatest achievements. For 8 decades, it has held back the specter of global war, calmed conflicts from Cambodia to Liberia, and stood guard in some of the world's most dangerous places through the courage of its peacemakers and peacekeepers. Few institutions in humanity's history can claim such a legacy. The United Nations has stood at the front lines of humanitarian crisis, from famine relief in the Horn of Africa to emergency shelter for millions of Syrian and Ukrainian refugees. It was at the forefront in the eradication of smallpox, coordinated global responses to HIV and AIDS, Ebola, and COVID-19, and continues to champion universal vaccination. Its agencies have advanced women's rights, protected children, safeguarded refugees, and set global norms on everything from disarmament to climate action. The UN Sustainable Development Goals remain a shared blueprint for human progress. These are achievements no nation could have achieved alone, however rich, however great, or however powerful. And yet, every institution, no matter how noble its origins or impactful its legacy, must adapt to changing times or slide into irrelevance. Today, the United Nations stands at a crossroads of renewal on one hand or decay on another. Put differently, after 80 years, the rhymes of time are calling on us to reimagine the original promise that inspired the founding of the United Nations, and that is the quest for global peace, development, and human rights. But this call must now be answered in a global context that is profoundly different from the post-war era in which the UN was conceived then. We would be denying the cold, hard truth if we say that the United Nations is delivering as it should. On peace and security, its voice is too often drowned by the rivalries of great powers, while some nations simply ignore its resolutions and do as they please. Too often, the UN's blue helmet, once a symbol of moral authority, no longer commands the same respect. From the conflicts in Gaza to Ukraine, to the crisis in Sudan, DRC Congo, Somalia, and the Sahel, we see actors proceed undeterred by the United Nations calls. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Kenya speaks from the experience of a nation deeply invested in multilateralism. For decades, we have placed our troops and police in harm's way for peacekeeping missions across Africa and beyond, from Somalia to Democratic Republic of Congo, from South Sudan to most recently in our neighborhood here in Haiti. Over the past 15 months, we are proud to have led the multinational security support mission in Haiti, not because it has been easy, but because solidarity is the essence of the United Nations. Madam President, the mandate of the MSS mission is coming to an end in a few days. As the lead nation, allow me to briefly share our experiences, the successes and the challenges, as both a cautionary tale and a living lesson about the strengths and weaknesses of the current global security governance architecture. For far too long, the people of Haiti called out to the world. Too often, their pleas were met with silence, hesitation, or half measures. Haiti became a tragic reminder of what happens when the international community looks away, prevaricates, or offers half-hearted support. When Kenya responded to the quest for the Haitian authorities, it was in the belief that we were joining a genuinely multinational effort. We welcomed and fully embraced Resolution 2699, by which the United Nations Security Council authorized the MSS with Kenya as the lead nation. Drawing on our decades of peace support operations, we stepped forward, stepped up, and deployed our officers to confront the rampant menace of gang violence in Port-au-Prince and its environs. Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the mission has operated in a volatile environment under enormous constraints. It has been underfunded, under-equipped, and operated below 40% of its authorized personnel strength. Our police officers have valiantly shouldered responsibilities without the full logistical support that would accompany any mission sanctioned by the United Nations. Despite these challenges, and against all odds, the MSS has delivered results many thought were impossible. The presidential palace, once under siege from gangs, is today restored as the seat of government. The police headquarters and the police training center, once overrun by gangs, are now secure, with the academy resuming the training of new police officers, over 700 of whom graduated a few months ago. Schools that have been shattered by violence have reopened, with children back in class, learning and progressing. Roads once manned or blocked by gangs have now free-flowing traffic. Cases of kidnapping and extortion have reduced sharply. The airport and the seaport, once surrounded by gangs, are now abuzz with normal operations. Which begs the question, if so much could be achieved with limited resources and stretched personnel within just 15 months, what more could have been accomplished if the United Nations fraternity had truly acted together in solidarity with the people of Haiti? From this podium, I wish to assure all partners and actors that with the right personnel, adequate resources, appropriate equipment, and necessary logistics, Haiti's security can be restored. Gangs can be neutralized and the safety of streets, schools, hospitals, and homes secured. The continued harassment, abductions, and criminal acts undermining the lives of Haitians are unacceptable, unjustifiable, and must be stopped by this organization, the United Nations. Madam President, as the UN Security Council deliberates on the next steps, we must not lose sight of the fact that the situation in Haiti demands sustained, coordinated, and undivided international attention. A careful and orderly transition from MSS is essential to consolidate the hard-won gains so far achieved. I urge the Security Council and all partners to remain steadfast in ensuring that Haiti moves forward on a path of peace, stability, and renewal. Ladies and gentlemen, on human rights, Our principle is clear and unwavering. The protection of civilians and respect for humanitarian law cannot be applied selectively. We cannot condemn suffering in one place and turn a blind eye in another. Kenya is gravely concerned by the humanitarian catastrophe in Gaza and by the immense suffering of civilians caught in the devastation of disproportionate military operations. At the same time, we call for the unconditional release of Israeli hostages. In line with the African Union and United Nations resolutions, we also call for a permanent ceasefire, for strict adherence to international humanitarian law, and for the launch of a credible political process. Only through such a process can the vision of a two-state solution be realized, where Israel and Palestine live side by side in peace, security, and stability. Kenya is equally deeply troubled by the worsening humanitarian situation in Sudan, where innocent citizens are caught in the crossfire of a needless war. We fully endorse the Quad, comprising Egypt, Saudi Arabia, the United Arab Emirates, and the United States, in affirming that there cannot be a military solution and that only political dialogue offers a viable path forward. We join the Quad in urging all parties, including SAF, RSF, and the external actors, to respect Sudan's sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and firmly reject any attempts to divide the country, reaffirming our unwavering support for a unified Sudan for the benefit of all its people. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, those who look to the future with a clear vision know that climate change is not only the single greatest threat of our age, but also one of the greatest transformation opportunities of our time. The global stocktake has made it plain that the world is off track. Current national determined contributions are steering us towards temperature rises far beyond any safe threshold. This is the difference between survival on one hand and devastation for millions across the world on the other. Kenya and Africa are not passive victims of this crisis. We are taking bold steps showing that climate action is not only possible, but can also be the foundation for inclusive growth. We are building a climate-resilient society by embedding adaptation into every sector, from agriculture and energy to infrastructure and livelihoods, to sustainable mining and artificial intelligence. This ambition is visible on the ground. Today, 93% of Kenya's electricity comes from renewable sources: geothermal, wind, solar, and hydro. We are expanding investments in e-mobility, climate-smart agriculture, clean cooking solutions, and green manufacturing. We are also pioneering nature-compatible solutions such as sustainable waste management and circular economy interventions. Africa, too, is uniting its voice. In 2023, in Nairobi, we hosted the inaugural Africa Climate Summit, where the continent adopted the Nairobi Declaration on Climate Action and Call to Action. Just 2 weeks ago, in Addis Ababa, Africa came together once more at the second Africa Climate Summit to reaffirm our commitment and strengthen our ambition for climate-positive growth. We declared Africa not just as a victim of the crisis, but as a source of solutions, with climate action driving economic growth, transformation, and job creation for our communities. Ambition, ladies and gentlemen, cannot stand on willpower alone. Implementing our new NDCs will require $56 billion. That is why we call on the global community to unlock the $300 billion agreed at Baku and to accelerate negotiations towards the new 1.3 trillion goal under the Baku-Belem roadmap. Without affordable finance and without reform of the international financial architecture, the promise of climate action in Africa will remain constrained. Madam President, in the aftermath of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions were created to stabilize the global economy and rebuild war-torn Europe. At that time, their design reflected the power and interests of the victorious nations, who were also their primary shareholders and beneficiaries. The IMF was tasked with upholding the gold standard exchange rate system, while the World Bank was established to finance Europe's reconstruction. Both have since evolved into development finance institutions, but their structures, decision-making, and governance remains dominated by wealthy nations. Today, the global context is vastly different. The global standard collapsed 5 decades ago, and Europe has long since been rebuilt. Yet, the governance of these institutions has not kept pace with needs of a multipolar world, especially the needs of poor and developing nations. The mismatch between shareholders and stakeholders has become starkly visible. For instance, during the IMF's recent allocation of special drawing rights, 64% went to wealthy nations. Just imagine, 64%. With little need for liquidity support. They didn't need the money anyway, but they got 64%. While the poorer countries received just 2.4%. What a disconnect. The imbalance highlights how the very institutions meant to safeguard global finance stability often perpetuate inequality and instability. I have argued, and I say it again, that the current global financial architecture punishes poor countries with high interest rates and enormous conditionalities, while rewarding rich nations with lower interest rates and softer lending rates. Its rules, priorities, and allocation mechanisms consistently favor those already prosperous, while trapping vulnerable economies in cycles of debt, high borrowing costs, and inadequate access to emergency support and concessional funding. It is imperative to transform these institutions into genuinely independent, apolitical global bodies that their operations are aligned with their global mandate. Such a shift would democratize decision-making, restore credibility, and allow the IMF and the World Bank to serve all countries fairly rather than reinforcing old hierarchies. But Africa is not merely waiting for external prescriptions. We are taking bold and deliberate steps to strengthen our financial independence, safeguard our stability, and accelerate our development. Kenya, for instance, fully endorses the establishment of the Alliance of African Multilateral Financial Institutions, launched with the African Union in February 2024. This alliance brings together our homegrown banks, Afrexim Bank, the Africa Finance Corporation, the Trade and Development Bank, Shelter Africa Re, Africa Development Bank, Africa Trade and Investment Development Insurance, and ZEP-RE, institutions that embody Africa's determination to mobilize resources, finance trade, and build resilience on our own terms. At the same time, the African Union is championing 3 transformative institutions: the Africa Central Bank, which will issue a single currency and free our trade from dependence on foreign money; the Africa Monetary Fund, positioned to stabilize our economies and give us true financial sovereignty; and the Africa Investment Bank, designed to mobilize resources for infrastructure, industrialization, and integration that Africa needs to rise. And to complete this vision, the Africa Credit Rating Agency, one that understands our realities, values our uniqueness, and tells our story with fairness and truth, has already been established. Excellencies, as we mark the 80th anniversary of the United Nations, Africa also marks 20 years since the Ezulwini Consensus and the Cypriot Declaration, the two historic milestones that establishes the common African position on UN Security Council reforms. For 2 decades, Africa has spoken in one voice, demanding justice, equity, and representation in the highest organ of global governance. This demand, however, continues to be ignored, deferred, or endlessly debated to the detriment of both Africa and the legitimacy of the United Nations itself. You cannot claim to be the United Nations while disregarding the voice of 54 nations. It is not possible. Africa is no longer willing to wait on the margins of global governance while decisions about peace, security, and development are made without our understanding, without our perspectives, and without our voice. Africa's exclusion is not only unacceptable, unfair, and grossly unjust, it also undermines the very credibility of the United Nations, this organization. Africa dominates most of the Security Council agenda, provides some of the largest contingents of UN peacekeeping forces, and bears the heaviest costs of instability. Yet we remain the only continent without a permanent seat at the main table where decisions about our destiny are made. Africa deserves, ladies and gentlemen, at the very least, 2 permanent seats with full rights, including the right to veto, and 2 additional non-permanent seats on the United Nations Security Council. The world must understand that reforming the Security Council is not a favor to Africa or to anybody. It is a necessity for the United Nations' own survival. If the United Nations is to remain relevant in this century, it must reflect today's realities, not the post-war power arrangements of 1945. Madam President, despite the stated and evident weaknesses of the United Nations, it still remains humanity's best chance at global solidarity. No other institution has the universal legitimacy or convening power of the UN. From coordinating humanitarian relief in times of war and disaster, to mobilizing the global response to COVID-19, to driving consensus on climate change, through the Paris Agreement, the UN has consistently shown that the world can achieve together what no nation can accomplish on its own, however mighty or great or powerful. As Dag Hammarskjöld, the UN's Second Secretary General, once observed, and I quote, "The United Nations was not created to take humanity to heaven, but to save it from hell." End of quote. That mission is as urgent today as it was 8 decades ago. At a time when conflicts are multiplying, when climate change threatens every economy, and when inequality is widening, the need for a functioning, credible, effective, and a multilateral system has never been greater. It is through the UN that nations have pooled resources to vaccinate billions of children, to protect refugees from through the work of the UNHCR, and to keep the peace in more than 70 missions across the world. Without the UN, these achievements, modest though they may sometimes seem, would not have been possible. That is why we must resist the temptation to give up on the UN or abandon it. We must make it fit for purpose, reform its structures, strengthen its mandate, and ensure its decisions reflect today's realities rather than the geopolitical map of a bygone era. As one of the hosts of the UN headquarters and the only one in the Global South, Kenya stands ready to do its part to enable the organization to go through this phase of renewal successfully as envisaged by the Secretary General under UN 80 reforms. In conclusion, Madam President, ladies and gentlemen, the 80th anniversary of the United Nations must be more than a commemoration. It must be a turning point for the organization. Let us seize this moment to reimagine and rebuild the UN into a body that commands legitimacy, responds with speed, and delivers justice for all. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Santiago Peña Palacios, President of the Republic of Paraguay. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Madam President of the General Assembly, distinguished heads of state and government, distinguished ministers of foreign affairs, ladies and gentlemen. This is my third address to the United Nations General Assembly. It is without doubt an immense privilege and an honor to represent Paraguay in this magnificent forum, a country which may look small on the map, but is a giant in its spirit and potential. As I flew into New York from afar, I was thinking that I might begin my speech by sharing the joy that I feel at having the opportunity to tell you about the great things that lie ahead for Paraguay. However, the events of recent days and months make this simply impossible. Instead, with regret, I must begin by recalling the anecdote of the great German historian Theodor Mommsen, who, upon receiving the Nobel Prize in 1903, asked his audience not to applaud after his acceptance speech. "The times," he said sorrowfully, "are too grave for that." The years that followed fully confirmed his intuition. I believe exactly the same thing can be said today. Indeed, in recent times we have witnessed that evil, radical ideologization, intolerance are unfortunately real and embedded in certain sectors of our societies. I remain shaken, saddened, and distressed by the shocking images of two cowardly and incomprehensible political attacks. First, intolerance and hatred which took the life of a great human being, Miguel Uribe, the Colombian presidential pre-candidate, who was assassinated in public while touring while on a national tour. Ghosts of violence which we thought were a thing of the past for our Colombian brothers and sisters. Second, we saw a young dreamer, Charlie Kirk, who was miserably torn from his wife and 2 children for one sole sin, defending his convictions and values with eloquence and courage. Both men, rather than resorting to violence to impose their ideas, chose the most civic and peaceful method possible: free, open, and frank debate, without evading controversial positions, yet always within a framework of respect. The ominous, macabre response must awaken us from our slumber of complacency. Dear friends, our values, our very way of life are at risk. The idea of democracy, that venerable and brilliant creation of Greek genius, which allows us to have a peaceful modus vivendi despite our differences, is currently in jeopardy. Therefore, in times when darkness seeks to extinguish the light, we must take a stand. This is no time to be timid. Either we stand on the right side of peace and reason, or we stand with violence and intolerance. Our children and grandchildren will not forget the stance that we took when faced with the immense challenge before us. That's why I wish to be very clear with you. Political violence is immoral, intolerable, and profoundly harmful. We must reject it without equivocation. So let's say loudly and clearly no to hatred, no to violence, and no to authoritarianism. We mustn't underestimate the gravity of what's happening. These aren't isolated events, they are patterns. The situation has been worsening in light of political movements. There is polarization and extremism that were once subtly revealed in texts and speeches that are now today materializing in acts of real violence. There is a crisis of belief in institutions. Citizens simply no longer have trust. Our democracy, this is a democracy which for decades guaranteed the most basic human rights, embodied in that magnificent instrument which is the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the everlasting achievement of the United Nations system, is under siege from all quarters, both on the left and the right. And this, ladies and gentlemen, might be a path of no return. This crisis situation is the perfect breeding ground for authoritarianism, where democratic values are eroded. Authoritarianism, or its perverse twin, populism, replaces it. Paraguay views with great concern the restrictions on the exercise of fundamental rights, such as access to free information and freedom of expression in some sister countries. These are already palpable demonstrations that the crisis is real and far-reaching. Thus, regrettably, the situation in Venezuela has become truly alarming. Systematic violations of human rights and fundamental freedoms are being compounded by actions that are contrary to international law and the persecution of political leaders. The electoral process in July 2024 trampled the will of the Venezuelan people. 7 million Venezuelans have left their homeland. This is the largest migratory crisis in the history of the Western Hemisphere. In Nicaragua, meanwhile, the persecution of political opponents persists and is expanding aggressively. The situation of human rights and fundamental guarantees is dire. Entire religious orders have been expelled. Hundreds of Nicaraguans have been stripped of their nationality for the sole crime of dissenting. Even the Catholic Church is being persecuted, something that was once unthinkable in Latin America. Paraguay knows better than most the calamity of authoritarianism and dictatorship, having lived through the longest military regime on the continent in the 20th century. The scars of this have not yet fully healed. We therefore cannot and must not stand silent while our Latin American brothers and sisters suffer the same oppression that marked our own past. The crisis of democracy, friends, will not be resolved with an iron fist, nor with censorship, nor authoritarianism, much less so still with violence. We must resist these alluring impostors. As the Italian philosopher Norberto Bobbio said, crises of democracy are resolved in one way only, with more democracy. Not with authoritarian charlatans, nor with hatred or intolerance. We must respond with more democracy, more republicanism, more tolerance, more dialogue, more rights, more freedom. The raison d'être, the essence of the United Nations, is and shall remain the maintenance of peace. Yet, while we are meeting here, more than 120 armed conflicts show just how serious the failure of our institutions can be. Paraguay extends its solidarity to all victims of armed conflict and calls once again for the peaceful settlement of disputes. I stress today in particular the painful situation in Haiti. The time for decisive and coordinated action by the United Nations, and in particular the Security Council, is now. Paraguay knows this and stands ready to assist the Haitian people who can wait no longer. Furthermore, I wish to highlight a situation that goes beyond armed conflict, but which highlights the same seriousness. We are facing a silent but devastating crisis, the collapse of global supply chains. The pandemic showed us just how fragile they were. The war in Ukraine strained them further, and now geopolitical fragmentation threatens to break them definitively. The world urgently needs supply chains that are more reliable, more diversified, more resilient. We cannot continue depending on systems that place efficiency above security, cost above reliability. I want to be clear here. Not all trade partnerships are the same. We must be cautious about deceptive economic models that come along with political authoritarianism, mass surveillance, and the erosion of fundamental freedoms. When we agree to investments that compromise our sovereignty, when we allow our critical infrastructure to depend on authoritarian regimes, we simply are gambling with not only our economy but also our democracy. Therefore, we call for deeper integration among our countries based not only on trade but on shared values. These are the rule of law, individual freedoms, a free market economy, the defense of the traditional family, and the right to life from conception. That is why Paraguay's foreign policy is not based on mere economic interests, but rather on these shared values and principles. For these reasons, Paraguay cannot and must not evade the realities that are challenging world peace. Diplomatic prudence cannot become silent complicity. It is exactly at these times that the principles that define us as a democratic nation should be translated into clear and unequivocal positions with our friends and allies. Paraguay reaffirms here its unambiguous position. Israel has the legitimate right to defend itself. The terrorist attacks on the 7th of October 2023 against Israeli civilians were grotesque acts of barbarity which no cause can justify. We reject any biased attempt to equate the responsibility of Israel's democratically elected authorities with that of the leaders of the terrorist group Hamas. Anti-Semitism, ladies and gentlemen, as daily events show us, is no accident of the 20th century. It is alive and kicking. It forms part of that irrational cycle of violence and hatred that I referred to at the start of my statement. And I must confess here that I have never understood how so many have adopted this appalling worldview, given how much the Jewish people have contributed materially, culturally, and spiritually to the world. Yet, lamentably, this perversion persists among us. The only answer is to remain vigilant, to say no to hatred. Shoah never again. That is why Paraguay was one of the first countries in the world to designate both Hezbollah and Hamas as international terrorist organizations, and why it has consistently condemned their wicked acts. I decisively condemn these criminal organizations before you all again today. My country will continue to oppose those who deny the sacred value of human life, a fundamental idea that underpins Paraguay's vision of the human person. We also urgently appeal for the implementation of a solution that will alleviate the humanitarian situation in the Palestinian territories, bringing an end to the violence and securing the immediate release of the hostages, promoting a constructive dialogue that leads towards peaceful coexistence between both peoples and lays the foundations for a lasting peace in the Middle East. Paraguay's extremely principled diplomacy based on conviction rather than mere convenience also explains the moral stance that we have taken with regard to another democracy facing existential threats. Consistency in defending democratic values doesn't allow for selective geographies or calculations of convenience. Principles, when they are genuine, stand by their intrinsic worth, not by their political profitability. Paraguay has proudly maintained 67 years of diplomatic relations with the Republic of China, Taiwan. This friendship, forged through shared democratic values, has shown that cooperation between nations can be based on more than mere interest. Certainly, this decision costs us dearly economically, but believe me, the value of doing what is right is priceless. The growing tensions in the Taiwan Strait deeply concern us. Increasingly aggressive military exercises, constant aerial incursions, bellicose rhetoric, all of this points towards a dangerous escalation that could destabilize not only Asia, but the entire global order. Ladies and gentlemen, let it be said without timidity or pusillanimity, Taiwan deserves a place in this forum. Allow me to repeat it. Taiwan deserves a place in this forum. This is a matter of strict justice. Its exclusion from the UN system is an affront which undermines the legitimacy of our institutions. 23 million decent, hard-working and dignified people cannot remain invisible to multilateralism. Ladies and gentlemen, as in other cases, the question of Taiwan and its international status must inevitably form part of the discussions of this General Assembly. It is time to uproot this tree of injustice which has grown for decades and to give a place to Taiwan, China in the United Nations. These principled positions based on conviction and not convenience give Paraguay something relatively scarce these days, which is genuine moral authority to discuss the problems that afflict us. Against this backdrop of global crisis, Paraguay stands as an intermediate power with a central role in building consensus and strengthening the multilateral systems. Our words are backed up with facts. Paraguay has a characteristic constructive spirit in multilateral debates. In line with our active leading role, my country is currently a member of the Economic and Social Council, and we have national experts on the Tribunal for the Law of the Sea, the Human Rights Committee, the Committee on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights, and the International Narcotics Control Board, as well as the Advisory Committee on Administrative and Budgetary Questions, among others. Over the term 2026 to 2027, we aspire to the presidency of the Bureau of the 6th Committee of the General Assembly, and we shall take up membership in the PBC. Dear friends, Paraguay stands ready to take its place in the concert of nations, not as a mere voice on the periphery, but rather as a true protagonist seeking solutions to global problems. Thus, Paraguay accepts and commits to the objectives set out in the Secretary-General's UN 80 initiative. These include the quest for greater efficiency in resource use, simplification of processes, and the review of mandate implementation. We therefore demand the implementation of geographic balance in the appointment of the next Secretary-General. This would strengthen the legitimacy and representation of this organization. In this process, we are convinced that attention must be paid to our region. Since we have candidates meeting the highest standards of experience, integrity, vision, and above all, leadership to build bridges, helping us to overcome challenges that are global in nature and that also pose systemic risk. We therefore call for a deep reform of the Security Council to prevent it becoming dispensable within a multilateral system that must provide solutions to the numerous current conflicts, both those between states and those caused by non-state actors. We call, therefore, for more flexible positions so that the Security Council can once again become truly representative in its membership and regain effectiveness as it fulfills its mission. We call for the elimination of the veto, which would bestow greater legitimacy on the body and would enable the UN as a universal organization to once again play a leading role in finding solutions to the great challenges facing our world. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I know that the picture I have painted here is not the brightest. Indeed, it is rather somber. But I preferred to speak truthfully so as to not underestimate the gravity of our current situation. And yet, optimistic as I am, I can't avoid saying this. I look to the future with great hope. As the great writer William Faulkner said, I believe that humanity will not merely endure, it will prevail. With all of our flaws, when we work together, when we place solidarity above division, dialogue above violence, tolerance above hatred, humanity is capable of great things. Building the future is not possible merely by wishing it. Building the future requires intention, persistence, constancy, and discipline. I always say, and I'll repeat it here today, there are no shortcuts to development, just hard work. But words are no longer enough. Our peoples are tired of empty promises, of grandiose declarations that don't lead to bread on the table, safety in their streets, or education for their children. Just like in any relationship where trust has broken down, the key to recovering it is to show results. Democracy must demonstrate that it can deliver, that it can generate prosperity, and it can secure justice, offer hope, be a democracy with a human face and with a social heart, as defended by the great thinkers of my own political movement, such as Ignacio A. Pane, Juan León Mallorquín, and Fulgencio R. Moreno. My party has been demonstrating all of this in office in Paraguay over the last few decades. We have been showing that it is possible to grow economically with justice, with democracy, and with human rights. I'm not saying this arrogantly, but rather with the humility that characterizes Paraguayans. This is a humility born of a history of greatness, but also suffering. Paraguayans know the eternal cycle of rebirth, of of suffering, crisis, tragedy, we have had to reinvent ourselves and rise from the ashes. And in that noble process, we have built the Paraguay that today is finally being recognized for what it is, a giant that is re-emerging. While the world is faltering, we are building something different, a model that is working, a model that inspires confidence because it's delivering results. The numbers speak for themselves. We have seen economic growth of 5.9% in the first quarter of this year, while at the same time the regional average barely reached 2%. Our inflation stands controlled at 4.2%, which is below the regional average. We are advancing firmly towards post-pandemic fiscal convergence. Our fiscal deficit has returned to 1.5% in the national budget for next year. Our unemployment levels have fallen to historic lows, 5.6% in the first quarter this year. But growth without social justice is worthless. That's why we are implementing ambitious programs to transform lives. Our Zero Hunger in Schools program feeds more than 1 million children a day in 7,000 schools. Che Rogapora is turning thousands of working families into homeowners. For the first time, the state is offering mortgages with payments equivalent to rent, transforming a monthly expense into family wealth. I stress that 118,000 people emerged from poverty in a single year. Extreme poverty fell to 4.1%, which is the lowest level in our modern history. But none of this would have been possible without solid institutions. That's why we've undertaken bold reforms. We promoted the Civil Service Act to professionalize civil service, ending with decades of clientelism. We have the Integrity and Transparency Act, creating true oversight and accountability mechanisms and strengthening the Office of the Controller General. We've adopted a National Unified Registry Act, which proposes structural transformation and, after 100 years, orders land ownership in Paraguay. The outcome of this is that in July last year, Paraguay achieved investment grade for the first time in its history. Distinguished delegates, the Paraguayan model is not perfect, of course not. We face huge challenges and much remains to be done. But we are changing reality. We're showing today that Paraguay is not merely a country. As the president of the International Automobile Federation, Mohammed Ben Sulayem, said, Paraguay is the country. Madam President, distinguished delegates, I began this speech with some rather somber warnings about the state of global democracy and our societies. The times are grave and there is much to worry about. But I do not wish to end on a pessimistic note. A different, better, brighter future is possible. It just depends on all of us. It depends on our ability to diagnose the problems with courage and to confront them with perseverance and conviction. The future isn't predetermined. Paraguay is living proof that despite the chaos and desolation of war, it is possible to rebuild. It is possible to reconcile prosperity with justice, growth with sustainability, openness with sovereignty. Paraguay, dear friends, stands ready to be part of the solution. The sleeping giant of South America has awoken and is re-emerging with strength. We are ready to be a central protagonist in the struggle for humanity's great values, to be a leading actor in the concert of nations. Because we believe in a future where democracy does not merely survive, but flourishes. Because we believe in a future in which development reaches everyone, not just a few. Because we believe in a future where cooperation is based on shared values, not on mere convenience. Because we believe in a future where trust is earned with results, not with rhetoric. because we believe, indeed, that humanity will not merely endure, but will prevail. That different future is possible. Paraguayans are building it every day. I invite you to build it with us, together, to leave behind a better world for our children and our grandchildren, a world with more democracy, more freedom, more tolerance, more justice, a world in which hope defeats pessimism, in which light overcomes darkness and good triumphs forever and always over evil. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Paraguay. The Assembly now will hear an address by His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. United Nations is an idea of a better world. It is an idea that is not an abstract construction nor an empty declaration, but carefully crafted agreement. The grand agreement that is the basis of a current multilateral world order. An agreement designed to protect international peace and foster prosperity. An agreement to ensure a free and dignified life for everybody. An agreement that is based on the understanding that destruction and horrors of war must not be repeated. Unfortunately, the international law-based multilateral system with the UN and its charter at the core that is supposed to keep us all safe is increasingly under strain. Its fundamental principles are violated in numerous conflicts across the world. Brutality prevails. We simply cannot let this go on. We all should be asking, what kind of future do we want? Will it be a world dominated by barbaric use of force and violence, where might is always right? Or do we want a peaceful and prosperous world, where law and order, justice and universally agreed rules and principles prevail? This question is relevant for everyone in this room, despite the distance of our own homes from front lines in Ukraine, Gaza, Sudan, or DRC. Multilateral world order based on international law and the principles of the UN Charter must be maintained and strengthened. What our peoples are expecting from us as world leaders today is to bring back the San Francisco spirit, to preserve peace and to reinforce the principles of the UN Charter. Ladies and gentlemen, Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine constitutes one of the gravest breaches in international law and the UN Charter since its adoption 80 years ago. Despite repeated calls by the General Assembly to stop the aggression and set the course towards peace, Russia continues its savage assault on the Ukrainian state and nation. Russia's war and its war crimes undermining the reputation and credibility both of the Security Council and the entire United Nations. This blatant assault on the principles of Charter is undermining the multilateralism, global peace and security. Regrettably, as we speak, Russia is targeting Ukrainian kindergartens, schools, hospitals, nurseries with missiles, drones, gliding bombs, mines, shells, and bullets. The same permanent member has been systematically abducting and deporting Ukrainian children, erasing their identity and forcing them into integration. A human suffering in Ukraine has reached unprecedented levels. Only the Human Rights Monitoring Mission in Ukraine has documented the death of at least 40,000 civilians, including almost 1,000 children and for about 35,000 civilians injured, including more than 2,000 children. The death toll increases with every year, month, week, and day. In total disregard of President Zelensky agreeing to ceasefire in March and the recent peace efforts by the United States, Russia has significantly intensified its campaign of terror with a barrage of drone and missile strikes on civilian targets. It is evident that Russia has no intention of agreeing to a ceasefire, let alone a lasting peace. Russia's objectives have not changed. They remain of the subjugation of all the Ukraine and the reshaping of Europe's security order to satisfy Russia's own neo-colonial and imperial ambitions. The increasing violations of neighboring countries' airspace by Russian drones and missiles are yet another escalation and a stark reminder of Russia's aggression threatens not only Ukraine, but the security of the entire region. Hereby, I have to regrettably tell you that just weekdays ago, the Russian fighter planes violated Estonian airspace, a hostile act that is part of a pattern of similar recent incidents happening on the European Union's eastern border. Therefore, the only viable way forward towards a ceasefire and just and lasting peace is to increase collective international pressure on Russia to force them to peace in Ukraine and to act in a way that is expected from the permanent member of the Security Council. Let me assure that my own country, Estonia, will continue to do everything possible to reinforce Ukraine's ability to defend itself in full conformity with Article 51 of the United Charter. Doing so, we are defending the sovereign equality of all member states, large and small, one of the core principles of which the United Nations was founded. We are also advocating for making Russia accountable for its crimes in Ukraine, including for the crime of aggression, as we know too well that impunity only leads to new crimes, new suffering, and even greater injustice. Ladies and gentlemen, the international law-based multilateral system has also failed to protect Palestinians and Israelis. Having visited both Israel and Palestine this year, I witnessed firsthand the devastating impact of a long-lasting conflict. Hamas's brutal terrorist attacks on October 7 have been condemned by the whole world. Hamas cannot have any role in the future governance of Gaza and Palestine. It has to be guaranteed that the horrors of a terrorist would never be repeated. However, ordinary people and children in Gaza must not be the ones to pay the price. I am devastated that so many innocent lives, including children's lives, have been lost due to the military action, starvation, and the spread of disease. The promise of international humanitarian law was to ensure that people do not suffer during their armed conflicts. And yet, what has unfolded in Gaza has crossed all red lines. Estonia has supported all efforts for a ceasefire that would end the killing, destruction of lives, and bring all the hostages home. In order to alleviate the unbearable humanitarian situation, Israel must fully respect international humanitarian law and implement its commitments regarding access and delivery of humanitarian aid and security of all workers. In order to truly end the cycle of violence, we need a comprehensive political process with the end goal 2 states, Israel and Palestine, living side by side in peace and security. In command of efforts of France and Saudi Arabia to step up international action to implement the 2-state solution. Dear friends, the United Nations must be capable of fulfilling its core functions. In order to face the multitude of current global challenges, all the pillars of the UN, peace and security, human rights and sustainable development have to be strengthened. Estonia therefore supports an ambitious system-wide reform of the United Nations. This is not only an issue of monetary efficiency and financial discipline, it's a structural problem and credibility question for the UN. For this reason, we are fully behind the Secretary General in endeavors in pushing the UN 80 reform vigorously forward. Within this transformation, the reform of the Security Council is of central importance. Estonia supports the expansion of the Security Council membership so that it would include countries that have, inter alia, demonstrated their unwavering commitment to the international law and the principle of UN Charter, and have consistently acted in accordance with these principles. Furthermore, if we want to have functional and respected council, we also need to restrict the use, or rather abuse, of the veto, increase the transparency of the council's work and its accountability. Last but not least, we also need to ensure transparency when it comes to the selection of the next Secretary General of the United Nations. After 80 years of men-only leadership, we are very supportive to the idea that based on a fair process seeking the most qualified candidate, it is high time for a woman to be chosen as a UN Secretary General. We need to put forward ambitious selection criteria, clear timeline, and assure greater role of a General Assembly in this process. Given the current credibility crisis of the UN, we cannot afford to fall short in the selection process. Dear ladies and gentlemen, sustainable development with clearly defined goals remains a central focus of the UN. We have to redouble our united efforts to address global challenges, like the effects of ongoing climate change, which are getting worse in all parts of the world. The upcoming COP30 in Brazil should be a turning point. Countries should submit strong climate plans. These plans should cover all parts of the economy and follow the 1.3 degree goal of the Paris Agreement. Substantial progress during this decade is crucial. We must work together to triple renewable energy production by 2030, because this is the most effective way to reduce emissions. Estonia shows that this is possible. We used to rely on oil shale, a local fossil fuel, for our energy production, but today nearly 40% of our electricity comes from renewable sources. This change happened because of political will and private investments. Let us now raise our ambition together, like we did when we agreed on a World Cleanup Day to be acted upon on 20th September at Estonia's initiative and example worldwide. Not to celebrate it, but to do it. Dear colleagues, in myriad of challenges we face, accessible education is a prerequisite of understanding the current problems, learning from the mistakes of the past, and crafting a better world. Estonian educational system ranks high in many international rankings. We see how this has had an impact to many other fields where Estonia has been doing well, including digital governance, media freedom, and innovation. Our goal is to share with our partners, including through UNICEF board, our diverse experience in innovation, in education, developing educational policies, reforming education, and improving the availability of high-quality education. Every situation, every culture, every context is unique and requires specifically developed solutions. However, allow me to draw your attention to one of specific experience of ours. In 1991, at the start of the Internet revolution, we decided to radically integrate computers and Internet into our educational system. The program Tiger Leap, which had the aim of opening a computer class in every Estonian school within a year, was a cornerstone of Estonia becoming one of the most the digital societies in the world today. World today looks different from the one 34 years ago. But new technology is there again and waiting to put it into the best use. Therefore, Estonia is making a new leap, the artificial intelligence leap. We are again providing the best technological tools available to our students and teachers so that we keep comparative edge in education for years to come. Equipping citizens with the skills to use AI wisely and responsibly is essential. They must serve dignity, development, and human rights, not the other way around. In Estonia, we believe in innovation, and we are most ready to develop new tailor-made solutions with our good partners all around the globe. In collaboration with the International Telecommunication Union and Germany, Estonia co-founded the CovStack initiative. This innovative platform provides governments with digital public infrastructure toolbox aimed at modernizing digital services by creating modular, open source, and scalable framework for governments worldwide. Dear Member States, whichever global problem we approach, we have to build human rights and basic freedom. Yet today, human rights and fundamental freedoms are increasingly under pressure worldwide. This is a deeply worrying trend that demands our collective response. This is the idea that guides us also on the way to becoming a member of a Human Rights Council for a period of 2026-2028. And I would ask your support at the election next month. Our priorities during our membership are the promotion and protection of children's rights, safeguarding digital rights and reducing the digital divide, and advancing media reform. All three are critical for advancing democracy and protecting international law-based multilateral world order. We are capable of learning as human beings and as a mankind. We learn from mistakes. We get up and will do better. Let us do it. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Javier Gerardo Milei, President of Argentina Republic. I request the protocol to exhort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
A las autoridades de las Naciones Unidas,
United Nations authorities, representatives of member states, all citizens closely following this summit, good morning to you all. Last year I stood here before you at this very same assembly and I outlined a new direction that Argentina's foreign policy was going to take. We asserted that it was imperative to return to the ideas of freedom, the immortal principles that underpin the dignity of life, freedom, and property. These are rights that all individuals should enjoy under the law. We asserted that there was a need for international cooperation to aim to guarantee those rights. However, I also warned that the UN had cast aside what had been its lodestar in recent decades. The successful model of the United Nations spoke of the need for peace without victory. It was grounded in cooperation between nation states. It was, however, replaced by a supranational model of government comprising international bureaucrats that sought to impose on citizens across the world a specific way of life. The United Nations has moved from an organization that sought to mediate peace between peers to an organization that claimed not only to decide what every nation state does, but also what all individuals, wherever they may be in the world, must do. We believe in the original aim and purpose of this organization. We believe that there are global problems which require dialogue and international cooperation if they are to be resolved. However, for that reason, and to achieve that goal, we must reject these abuses of authority that often go hand in hand with noble agendas. As we maintained last year, we will never support the amputation of indigenous or commercial freedoms, nor will we support the violation of natural rights of citizens of member states. In the last year and a half, we have voted in accordance with that principle. I am saying this to you well aware that many of you don't share my views. But as I've always said, it's preferable to say an uncomfortable truth than to speak a comforting lie. In that vein, today I want to talk to you about a specific problem facing all modern countries. As things stand, the world is seeming to pit the present against the future and seeing it as a contradiction. This is a political, economic and philosophical problem, and the response to that problem and that opposition will determine the course of humankind. If we push to the end this idea of comfort versus discomfort, the entire world, I would say that now the entire world seems stagnating in the comfort of the present, overlooking the consequences that will have for the future. Given that doing what is uncomfortable seems to strip votes and power from those that take it on, leaders prefer to do everything in their power to protect the status quo that they inherited, and they do so disregarding future consequences. They light a fire to heat the future and heat the present and disregard the future. Modern states have thus entered into a very complex dynamic from which they cannot return. Incentives both for the people and politicians mean that we tend to talk about the distribution of wealth today, overlooking the need to compile wealth for tomorrow. Currently, decision makers are facing the decision. Either they preserve the legacy that was entrusted to them or they destroy it. This legacy can be accumulated wealth, productive capacity, laws, or any other thing that serves the common good. In general, they tend to... If they burn their legacy, if they opt to continue with what's comfortable, they'll have a lot of profit and benefit in the future, but there will be great future costs. What you put aside today, you lose for tomorrow. They seem to be preserving growth and prosperity in the present and casting aside the well-being of future generations. We need to find a balance, meaning that eating bread today doesn't mean we'll go hungry tomorrow, and we need to guarantee sustained growth and well-being. That's something economists call economic growth. That growth can sometimes seem slow and sometimes halt briefly because progress is never linear, but it's precisely long-term consistent growth that has systematically revolutionized the world and has wrenched thousands of millions of people from poverty. The difference between zero growth and 2% growth in the long term is the difference between stagnation and prosperity. The Argentinian people know a great deal about this issue because we're the only country in the region that hasn't experienced growth in the last 15 years. In legal terms, growth, the condition for growth, is respecting the sanctity of property and the free market. And that means nothing other than ensuring free trade between peers and free cooperation between peers. Without the right to ownership, there can be no savings. And without savings or free trade, there is no investment. If there's no investment, there can be no growth. But it's not in anyone's individual political interest, apparently, to respect these principles, because it is precisely when we expand the state that individual freedoms of citizens are eroded. And we simply seek to protect ephemeral present well-being to earn votes, and that's what our politicians do. Accumulated wealth decreases over time with this way of moving forward. And so what we're seeing now is countries are increasing public expenditure, but that doesn't ultimately create wealth. It rather destroys wealth. With that in mind, politics gains power on two fronts. They get democratic legitimacy and they obtain resources that they can spend. So politics has a double incentive to foster that intergenerational betrayal, because despite the fact that people lose in the future if this course is followed, there's short-term gain. A great man may be that who sows trees whose shade he will never enjoy. The great man might be the one who cuts down the trees that others sowed, but this cannot continue. This is the major trap that all nations are succumbing to. When this process is continued, growth stagnates. When growth stagnates, the demand for redistribution of wealth grows ever louder. So populist policies and the calls for them become stronger and stronger. These policies appeal to envy and resentment, and the ultimate conclusion of this process is vulnerable young people suffocated under the weight of a state that they know is only there to exploit them. Fiscal expansion, monetary expansion, and the expansion of state power is suffocating individuals, and that's all part of a pattern which we're seeing across all countries, particularly those who claim to make up the free world. But the problem is not only one of economic policies. We also see it when there are violations of equality before the law, or when we indiscriminately open the doors to immigration for political reasons. On the contrary to what we don't see there is immigration, we see invasion. International cooperation bodies has this one among its number, and such international organizations are not alien to this problem. As the years have passed, this organization has acquired responsibilities that run counter to its founding spirit. It has created layer upon layer of organizations, agencies, and programs until it achieved this hypertrophy of administrations that are barely effective when it comes to resolving the problems for which they were created. Responsibilities that the UN's taken on have swelled and swelled, and in step with that, the contributions made by member states have swelled, and in turn, the palpable results that this organization has achieved have greatly reduced. They can't offer the world what they could. There's this cocktail of incentives, and in addition, you have in this organization, unlike how it was, international organizations now see a situation whereby no one's really held accountable for their failures to resolve problems. This contradiction between lofty goals and scant results has created the erosion of the prestige of this House. Without going further, the poor results of Agenda 2030 bear witness to what I've outlined above. What continues to be seen in practice is a cycle whereby we recycle structures. There's more and more being spent and more targets being set. For this region, Argentina decided to step aside from this process because we saw in Agenda 2030 the improper expenditure of scant resources for purposes that we don't share in order to distract attention from the real global difficulties. The world is on course for stagnation, and that's why we stood apart. I need to raise the alarm here because in Argentina, we've seen the natural consequences of proceeding in this way. You keep doing what's comfortable, but then you end up out of step with the future. In other terms, what I'm saying to you is that we're speaking to you from a future that hasn't arrived to you yet, and you've still got time to avoid this problem, because no society will survive if it sets fire to the future to simply heat the present. In my country, we've learned the hard way a very valuable lesson. For decades, we jeopardized a future in order to distribute the dividends of the present. In 2020-30, we finally got to a point where we'd had 100 years of doing things improperly. We'd been kicking the can down the road, but there was no one left to kick the can to. And then what happened was what I outlined previously. Our state crumbled as a result of this implosion. For the last year and a half, we've taken on the Herculean task of administering and managing extreme scarcity. And for the first time in decades, we're doing what we have to do for a better future. So the only way to usher in that better future is to do exactly the opposite of what we previously did. What we're doing stands in opposition to the rest of politics. That politics asks us to do what everyone was doing for years, and what has pulled us into decline. They're asking us to jeopardize our future to meet present demands. They want us to apply the same remedy that we did 1,000 times, and that's exactly what brought us here. But I'd like to say clearly that Argentina has a government that decided to undertake the right path, even though it's the thorniest one, because prosperity and progress for our peoples cannot be delayed one day longer. However, we are not the only ones that are taking difficult decisions at this juncture, as history demands that we do. President Trump of the United States also understands that the time has come to reverse a dynamic which is leading the United States towards a disaster, and we know that a disaster in the United States is a global disaster. His unflinching and successful policy in terms of halting illegal immigration makes that conviction more than clear. He knows that he must do what's necessary, even though many may not like it, before it's too late. In other countries, for example, it's already too late to take the decisions he has. That's not only what's important. What Donald Trump is also doing is restructuring the terms of international trade in an unprecedented fashion. That's a titanic task which gets to the very core of the global economic system, because that system has been gnawing away at the industrial heart of his country, and the country now has an unparalleled debt crisis. Furthermore, he's undertaking a cleaning up of the institutional capture of the American state, because it's being infiltrated by left-wing factions that were seeking to undermine any reform program that was necessary. Both I and Donald Trump know what we're doing in the face of these challenges. All of these challenges have a common denominator that all countries, including supranational organizations, must address. They must find a way of creating dividends for the future and not succumb to the temptation of dealing with the present. This is something that major nations, Western nations, have been aware of and putting into practice for decades. We need to get back to that. We need to go back to our roots. We need to tackle priorities first, and that needs to go hand in hand with the idea that you need to do what's difficult but right and prioritize that over and above what's easy and comfortable. As I previously said, this also stands for international organizations that have gradually been integrating such actions into their ecosystem. I think I speak on behalf of all of you when I say that the UN must lead the charge when it comes to this paradigm shift. They must return to the roots that made it the great organization that it once was in the past. I wish to humbly lay before you as an assembly 4 principles that we think might serve as we seek to achieve the aforementioned goal. 1. The principle of a core mandate. The central mission of the United Nations is to preserve international peace and security. Everything else must be viewed as complementary to or in service of that goal. The strategic management of resources of this institution consequently requires that we stick to our priorities and not take on others. Secondly, the principle of international subsidiarity. The UN must tackle an issue solely when it is patently clear that the problem demonstrably exceeds national capacity for action. In all other cases, it is right and proper to return the initiative to states. They are the ones who have the democratic legitimacy and answer to their peoples. 3. The principle of institutional efficiency. Argentina has undertaken a process whereby it seeks to optimize the state. We've eliminated redundant structures and returned resources to taxpayers. In the same way, we believe that the UN requires a similar journey. That requires conducting reliable audits, closing ineffective programs, the consolidation of agencies into single bodies, and financing tied to real achievement. 4. The principle of normative simplification and streamlining. Peace is not only the absence of conflict, it requires prosperous societies. International cooperation must not transform into an obstacle for economic growth and an obstacle to the creation of opportunities. Consequently, we can only and must only support initiatives that do not stymie states' capacities to lead their own production and productive efforts to attract investment and foster trade that are the right way to reduce poverty. These principles will be highly valuable, we believe, in terms of getting our organization back on course so it can stand the test of time and produce tangible results over time. To conclude, I want to raise 4 sensitive and crucially important issues for the Argentine Republic. Firstly, I wish to reiterate our legitimate claim and irrenunciable claim in terms of sovereignty over the Malvinas, South Georgia, South Sandwich Islands and the surrounding maritime areas that continue to be illegally occupied. In spite of the fact that 80 years have elapsed since the creation of this organization, colonial situations such as this one remain unresolved. For this reason, we call upon the United Kingdom to resume bilateral negotiations in accordance with Resolution 2065 of this very same General Assembly, together with all relevant subsequent resolutions. Secondly, I wish to once again roundly reject expressions of fundamentalist violence that continue to be seen and that are spreading throughout the world. In Argentina, we already suffered this horror with the attacks against the Israel embassy and La Amia in 1992 and 1994, respectively. For this reason, we urge the international community to strengthen legal cooperation to guarantee that Interpol and its signs are respected and those responsible for such atrocities are brought to justice. That will help us to ultimately be able to heal this painful wound that plagues our country's history. Thirdly, we're witnessing an unacceptable escalation in political violence on the left at a global level, violence that in Argentina we know only too well. It is unacceptable to use force where reason fails. For this reason, we emphatically reject any procedures which essentially undermine the basic norms of democratic peaceful coexistence. 4, to the situation of the Argentine citizen Nahuel Gallo, who was abducted and detained arbitrarily in Venezuela without charge, with no legal assistance or consular assistance. In simple words, this is a forced disappearance. We demand that the Venezuelan government release him immediately, and we appeal to the international community so that this legitimate claim is heeded. This in defense of the most basic principles of international law and human dignity. Finally, we reiterate our demand for the immediate release of the hostages which remain captive in Gaza. Finally, may God bless the free world. May the forces of heaven accompany us. Thank you.
Thank you very much. On behalf of the Assembly, His Excellency, the President of Argentina Republic. The Assembly will now hear the address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm very honored to address this 80th anniversary session of the General Assembly of the United Nations on behalf of the Republic of Serbia, a founding member of the United Nations and a freedom and peace-loving country proud of its history. This year, we mark 8 decades of the existence of the World Organization, and during that period, the UN has provided a framework for dialogue, cooperation, and solidarity among the nations, short of which it would not be possible to respond to the challenges of our day. Only by joint efforts we can create a future featured by security and dignity. This brings me, ladies and gentlemen, to the 5 essential principles that guide Serbia and its foreign policy vision and constitute pillars in its international actions. Number 1, the United Nations is not a relic of the past. It is a compass for the future. 80 years on, this is a moment for reflection, but also for candor. The UN should not be a stage where giants wrestle while smaller countries hold their breath. It should be a round table where every seat counts. Countries like ours, countries that belong to Global South, are too often treated as chess pieces. It's time to show that we can be conveners, innovators, and guarantors of cooperation. We may not have the loudest voice, but we often have the clearest vision, because we see both East and West at once. Our engagement with all partners does not mean blind agreement. It means respect for sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the belief that dialogue is stronger than division. Serbia is a reliable, predictable partner, but reciprocity matters. We will defend our autonomy as firmly as we defend cooperation. The United Nations Charter was not written to serve one moment in history. It was written to withstand the test of time. In a world facing deep geopolitical fractures, the United Nations Charter remains the only framework capable of holding us together. Serbia is not a buffer zone, it is a bridge, and bridges connect, they do not divide. Therefore, as the President of Serbia, for the first time I would like to offer Belgrade, the capital of Serbia, as a place of dialogue for all the conflicts around the world. I believe that we will offer the best possible hospitality and absolute security for the participants. The world is facing its deadly surge in violence since World War II. In 2024, 61 armed conflicts erupted across 36 countries, the highest number in more than 7 decades. The proliferation of misinformation, particularly via digital platforms, has fueled distrust between countries, targeting elections, trade negotiations, and public sentiment. Serbia believes in pragmatic cooperation, finding common ground even where disagreements persist. People around the world are frustrated with governments and businesses, and they want a better future for themselves and their families. The best way to deliver that is through collaboration across nations. We live in times of the most difficult conflicts and the most difficult divisions within countries, continents, and regions since the foundation of the UN. A particularly worrying thing is a fact that, provoked by different factors, we have the deepest and the most difficult divisions within each society, with, most often, extremely violent consequences of actions of mutual non-understanding, non-communicating, and distancing from what used to be accepted as elementary decency and behavior in both country-to-country and people-to-people relations. The world is divided, believe it or not, less by ideological, but much more by emotional, hate-driven differences caused by undermining of countries, societies, elementary moral values as well. In each village and hamlet worldwide, and particularly with the members of the citizens' alleged elite, at least it used to be the case, no matter who dies of natural causes, and especially if someone dies in an accident or gets killed, the biggest part of the society felt the need to pay their respect to the deceased, even those who didn't think highly of the respective person during his or her lifetime. Today, we are witnessing the unprecedented wonder, a sick expression of joy for the crime committed against an innocent person. The example of Charlie Kirk is the best confirmation of that. He was savagely assassinated just because his killer didn't like his ideas. He was shot, even after death, by the same ones who had prepared political and media grounds for his assassination. And please do not be surprised because I'm speaking about this more than about big world conflicts. It is precisely that such a development devastates in a deepest and the clearest way the world political community much more than conflicts with clear and visible actors. In the era of social networks, in the era of freedom, we have reached the point of the biggest unfreedoms and unambiguous limiting of freedoms of the others. How can it be possible that, let's say, ABC television hosts get bigger media attention in the US than the attempted assassination against, let's say, President Trump? Who are these shadow rulers who impact the key political movements and who want to run the world and each country individually, and almost as a rule without the people's will and legitimacy? They run all the processes, and all of us because they're chosen by God, as they like to put it. The elite and other people who are, I suppose, incapable of choosing their own path. Those are extremely dangerous things, which will lead to further dissolving of our societies and our countries, but also the overall world politics. It was mostly spoken here about Palestine and Israel. Both are our friends. And I cannot easily, because of more likes on social networks, nor I want to take sides and speak about good and bad people just because it brings us another point in daily politics. But speaking of which, let me bring you back to the beginning of this part of my speech. Big pro-Palestinian demonstrations were held in Italy during the past weekend. People were shouting Gaza, Gaza, but at least in Milan, some of them did not even think of Gaza. The only thing that was on their mind was demolishing and burning down of what the Italian people had created for centuries, just because it is popular to be against the government and take part in some kind of violence. And when otherwise very composed Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni calls such hooligans, rightly so, thugs, we all ask ourselves what the next stage would be like and what awaits us in the future. During the past month, Serbia was facing unrest and attacks against the constitutional order. In spite of the violence exerted by the protesters, we tried to find a significant share of blame in myself, ourselves, and in us running the country. I wanted to listen, and I understood the message of the people in the streets. That is why, just like here at the United Nations, I believe that the dialogue between the nations and countries has no alternative. I offer dialogue and unconditioned discussion on all the topics of significance for our society to people who think differently, and I'm absolutely certain that in the upcoming period we will overcome all the difficulties from the past months. Progress on global challenges is uneven. Financing is dwindling, the UN budget is constrained, and smaller nations often lack access to the tools and support that richer countries enjoyed, particularly in the energy transition. Climate change is not just a statistic for Serbia and the Balkans, it is a lived reality marked by droughts, floods, and energy insecurity. Sustainable economic growth is essential, not optional, for climate resilience and well-being. For us, partnerships are defined by commitment, not hierarchy. We are a place where East and West collaborate on concrete projects from clean energy to infrastructure and digital transformation, when we will continue to build on this foundation. At a time when the UN seeks to inspire trust globally, these practical, results-driven partnerships strengthen confidence at home and abroad. Distinguished colleagues, alongside many other member states, especially those who do not belong among great powers, Serbia is adamant in pointing to the importance of and respect for the fundamental principles and rules of the Charter of the United Nations. Perhaps it is only too proper to repeat today what we committed to 8 decades ago. The principles and rules of the Charter are valid equally for all states, large or small, for all political powers or levels of development. With a feeling of deep pride, my country continues to commit to a consistent implementation of international norms, notwithstanding the fact that it too is facing a lack of fairness and double standards. In words and deeds, and on a number of occasions, Serbia has recommitted to respecting the sovereignty and territorial integrity of all UN member states, the fundamental principles of the Charter. In doing so, my country expects all the states to respect its sovereignty and territorial integrity, which I have the pleasure to note most of them do, and to which I owe my profound gratitude. After all, as I said on many previous occasions, the respect of the Charter of the UN is not a matter of choice. Rather than that, it is a universal and binding obligation of us all. Number two, territorial integrity is not a principle measured by power. It is the measure that restrains power. If the principle of territorial integrity is applied selectively, it ceases to apply at all. Its violation in one place becomes justification for conflict everywhere. Undermining it does not create exceptions. Rather, like in the case of Serbia, it creates precedents, dangerous ones. Serbia is well aware of the price paid in this regard of international law and multilateralism. 26 years ago, my country fell prey to a brutal aggression by NATO. It opened a Pandora box of sorts, whereby the very postulates of international law were unscrupulously undermined and the principle of territorial integrity brought into question. The consequences of such actions of those who consider themselves untouchable at the time are felt today as well. Even though small in respect of global powers, Serbia is not deterred from commitment to the principles of international law. We firmly believe that they should be respected in every situation, without exception and selectivity. As a persistent drop can shape stones over time, so does our perseverance in defending universal norms help assert their durability. Serbia will continue advocating those principles, as the observance of the respective is the only reliable way to peace and stability. This rostrum and this occasion are the best opportunity to reiterate that my country will never forget its history, its people, its sanctities. Kosovo and Metohija is an inseparable part of Serbia, the main pillar of its identity, culture, and spiritual heritage. For us Serbs, it is not only a piece of land, it is the cradle of our spirituality and our existence on that land over centuries. Our concern is not only moral and historical, it is humane too. It is with a heavy heart that I advise of the dramatic circumstances in which the Serbs of Kosovo live today. Day in, day out, they are denied basic human rights, the right to life, freedom of movement, the right to education and health protection, access to workplace and property. They live in isolation, basic foods and medicines are in short supply, while children grow up in a fear and uncertainty. Their situation is not only local by nature, it touches upon the conscience of the entire international community and is a test of its readiness to fend for the innocent and helpless. We witness ethnic violence suffered by the Serbs almost every day. It is frightening in size and scope. The Serbs are physically attacked, intimidated, arrested unlawfully, their property is confiscated and their rights to language, education, and cultural expression limited. The Serbs are often discriminated against, too. The practice sets the stage to make life in Serbian communities more difficult as they are denied basic services, taxed exorbitantly, and erected hurdles and obstacles too. This is aimed at creating fear and pressure and by extension change the demographic picture and force the Serbs to flee Kosovo and Metohija. Serbia therefore calls on the international community to take concrete and resolute measures to stop the violence in order to ensure security and rights of all peoples in Kosovo and Metohija. Compassion is not good enough. We need deeds and protection mechanisms. Notwithstanding the continuous, open and obvious violations of UN Security Council Resolution 1244, Serbia continues to believe in dialogue under the European Union auspices. It has no alternative, and if true and committed, it is the only way to a just and sustainable solution in line with international law and with full respect for mutual obligations. Just as in the past, my country will continue to fight for peace, patiently, emphatically, and in good faith. Number 3, the Balkans must not be a stage for the ambitions of others, but a space for shared responsibility. 30 years after the conflict, stability has become our highest value. The nations of the Balkans deserve the right to shape their future free from external patronage through cooperation, mutual respect, and regional ownership. Distinguished colleagues, cooperation, dialogue, and mutual confidence are perceived as main levers of international relations also on the regional level. We consider that our region should look to the future while we continue to work to the benefit of all citizens and economic interlinkage. To paraphrase Indira Gandhi, who once said that one cannot shake hands with a clenched fist, let me say that Serbia will keep its hand extended, the hand reaching over divisions and borders, devoted to stability and prosperity for all those who strive for a positive agenda and a vision of common European future. The stability of our region is of paramount importance for us. As a guarantor of the Dayton Peace Agreement that we signed 30 years ago, we shall always work toward its full implementation and respect for the rights of all 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbs, Bosniaks, and Croats. Unilateral acts and the abuse of authority contrary to the letter of the agreement are not conducive to peace and bring about new tensions. Only by the agreement of Bosnia and Herzegovina's people and entities can the stability and functioning of that country be guaranteed. Absence of dialogue and unilateral initiatives without agreement by all interested sides, in particular the initiatives that take advantage of international organizations, are but a step back to a painful past and create new divisions. Serbia will use all diplomatic means to prevent these activities from taking place as they undermine regional dialogue, the process of reconciliation and understanding. We shall not hesitate in our resolve to promote regional stability in an effort to contribute to global security. For exactly 30 years now, and in this distinguished institution and everywhere else, a false campaign has been ongoing against both the Republic of Serbia and Republika Srpska, the entity within Bosnia and Herzegovina. All over the world, everywhere, countless times, you could hear how, as they used to say, from well-informed sources, they heard that it was only a matter of days before Serbia would attack someone in the region, and that Republika Srpska and its leadership would violate the territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And all this time, it has been a lie. a real smokescreen intended to enable international representatives who are not elected by the people to deal with legitimate representatives of the Serbian people, one of the three constituent peoples in Bosnia, imposing sanctions against them, believe it or not, replacing them from the positions the people elected them to, and conducting criminal proceedings and issuing convictions for words spoken for verbal offenses. Thus, all of you are witnesses to a fact that for 3.5 years since the beginning of the conflict in Ukraine, we have been hearing stories that we, as an alleged Russian puppet, will attack someone in the region, which of course did not happen and will not happen. The only thing we have never heard is an apology from those who spread such falsehoods, and it is quite certain that we will never hear one. Let me reiterate, Serbia is a free, independent and sovereign country that makes its own decisions independently. We are committed to our European path. We do not plan to attack anyone, but equally, we will not allow anyone else to threaten our freedom and our country. Number 4, the world is changing and the United Nations must evolve to remain a pillar of global stability. Reforming the United Nations is not simply an institutional task. It is a moral duty to safeguard the future of global peace and justice. We are well aware of the need to reform the UN and revitalize its system in order to increase its credibility and shore up multilateralism so as to make our organization more effective, just and close to the needs of its member states. Also, the ESC should become more effective in and better adapted to the pursuit of its primary goal of safeguarding international peace in order to reflect more accurately the reality of the present-day world. Africa in particular, the youngest continent which comprises 54 states, must be better represented. Many countries rely on the UN for technical expertise, development funding, and guidance to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Cuts to funding or reduced access to UN programs risk widening the gap between wealthy and developing nations. As the UN looks for ways to reduce costs, we are happy to offer to host any of UN bodies, institutions, agencies in Serbia with the best possibility to continue being a bridge between developed and developing regions. Serbia is situated at the crossroads of Europe, easily accessible to both East and West. And speaking about cost effectiveness, we are able to offer lower operational costs compared to Geneva, New York, or other big hubs. Belgrade offers modern facilities, reliable connectivity, and proven capacity to host large international events, for example, Expo 2027. Hosting an agency in Belgrade strengthens the UN's presence in southeastern Europe, a region with transitional and developmental experience relevant to global priorities. This would expand the UN's geographic footprint, ensuring agencies are more representative and globally distributed. And number 5, Serbia will remain independent and will overcome internal challenges through the strength of its statehood tradition, focusing steadfastly on building a prosperous future. True sovereignty today is not insulation. It is the dignity to choose, to say yes on our own terms and to use that choice for cooperation. Serbia's independence is not a privilege granted. It is a sovereign right exercised, and its sovereignty is not situational, it is foundational. Notwithstanding numerous global challenges, Serbia has remained on a steady course. Its macroeconomic situation is stable and its economy continues to grow, which only shows how commitment to reforms and responsible economic policies lead to great results. Investments in infrastructure, energy transition, and digitalization bear out my country's commitment to sustainable development and the 2030 Agenda goals. Let me take a moment, ladies and gentlemen, to inform you that in 2027, Serbia will host the specialized exhibition Expo 2027 with a motto, Play for Humanity, Sport and Music for All. This event will provide an opportunity for my country to show to the world the strength of our culture, sport, and creativity as a universal language that transcends differences. This will be a moment in which, along with its partners, Serbia will build bridges of friendship and togetherness, promote understanding, and open new horizons of cooperation. Serbia's way is the way of development, progress, and prosperity, and it is fully committed to becoming a full-fledged member of the European Union. This commitment, though, makes us no less devoted to promoting and deepening cooperation with countries from other parts of the world, maintaining and cherishing all along our traditional friendships and relations of trust in the East. Strengthening overall bilateral relations with key actors of the international community and with our European partners tops our agenda. Also, Serbia has raised in the past several years the level of cooperation with numerous countries in Africa, Asia and Latin America, and played in that way a respectable role on the global stage. I trust and believe that we can count on mutual respect and the traditional bonds of friendship with these countries in our future relations. Ladies and gentlemen, closing it and looking to the future and committed to dialogue and understanding, we in Serbia believe that peace is the highest value and the most solid foundation of development. We shall continue to invest our energies, knowledge, and will in building a world more just, secure, and worthy of the coming generations. I thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Hamad al-Shara, President of the Syrian Arab Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
In the name of God, most compassionate, most merciful. The Syrian story is filled with emotions, and it mixes pain with hope. The Syrian story is a story of struggle between good and evil, and between the weak right cause that has no supporter except God. Our story is one of the lessons of history, and it is an embodiment of noble human meanings and values in this eternal struggle between good and evil. We find the Syrian story that tells a new chapter of the struggle, one filled with creativity and determination and patience and torture and pain and sacrifice and clinging on to noble customs and values and hard work and relying on God. All these are tools for truth against injustice and falsehood. Your Excellencies, Mr. Secretary General, Madam President of the General Assembly, Your Excellencies, may the peace of God be upon you. I come to you from Damascus, the capital of history and the cradle of civilizations, a beautiful country that has taught the world the meaning of civilization and the value of human beings and coexistence, to be a beacon for the world. Syria, however, for 60 years fell under a repressive rule that disregarded the value of the territory it ruled over. For long years, we've suffered injustice and deprivation and oppression. Then we rose in claiming our dignity. The previous regime has used the worst kind of torture against our people, chemical weapons and bombardment and torture in prison and displacement and sectarian strife, and used drugs against our people and the world. It has torn our country apart and brought forth fighters from around the world. The former regime killed around 1 million innocent people and displaced thousands and millions and demolished 2 million homes. Ladies and gentlemen, the unarmed people were attacked using chemical weapons. Our women and children have inhaled toxic gases, all this to silence truth. And with all this criminality, there was no language for solution, despite the offers. This people had no means and choice but to organize itself and to organize militarily to oust a criminal regime. It was a military operation that was filled with mercy and good and that prioritized tolerance and that did not target civilians. It targeted justice without vengeance. we restored our right and we became victorious for sake of our grievances. We were victorious for the mothers of martyrs and for all of you, people of the world, for the future of our children and yours. And we paved the way for the return of refugees, and we destroyed the trafficking of drugs. Accordingly, Syria has transformed from an exporter of crisis to an opportunity for peace for Syria and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, this unique Syrian achievement and the solidarity between our peoples have led us to try to uproot sectarianism and to fight against attempts to divide our country once again. But the Syrian people are aware enough to understand and to resist. We formed commissions for fact-finding and granted access to UN fact-finding missions. I guarantee to bring to justice everyone accountable and responsible for bloodshed. And in this context, Israeli strikes and attacks against my country continue, and Israeli policies contradict the international supporting position for Syria, which threatens new crises and struggles in our region. For this purpose, and in face of this aggression, Syria is committed to dialogue, and we're committed to the disengagement of forces agreement of 1974, and we call on the international community to stand beside us in the face of these attacks. Ladies and gentlemen, from the very moment the former regime fell, we set out a clear strategic policy built upon three pillars: balanced diplomacy, security, stability, and economic development. We filled the power vacuum, called for an inclusive national dialogue, and announced a government of competence. We strengthened the principle of participation and established a national commission for transitional justice and another for the missing, ensuring justice and fairness. We are now proceeding toward electing representatives of the people in the Legislative Council. We restructured civil and military institutions, dissolving all previous formations. Through intensive diplomatic activity, Syria restored its international relations and forged regional and global partnerships and achieved the gradual lifting of most sanctions. And we call now for the complete lifting of sanctions so that they no longer shackle the Syrian people. Investment laws have been amended, and major regional and international companies have already begun entering the Syrian market, contributing through investment and reconstruction. Syria today is rebuilding itself through establishing a new state, building institutions and laws that guarantee the rights of all without exception. A land of ancient civilization and culture deserves to be a state of law, protecting everyone, safeguarding rights, guaranteeing freedoms, and fostering life to flourish while turning the page of a wretched past. We are determined to restore Syria's glory, dignity, and honor. And in continuation of the Syrian story, I declare before you today the triumph of truth over falsehood. Truth has come and falsehood has perished. Syria is reclaiming its rightful place among the nations of the world. This announcement is the echo of a great people's will, a people who forged glory throughout the ages, who rose again from beneath the rubble to restore their rights and freedom and dignity. On behalf of the Syrian people, I extend gratitude to everyone who stood by the Syrian cause, who aided Syrians in their tragedy, and who welcomed them in their countries, and to all nations and peoples who rejoiced in the victory of the Syrian people's will. And I particularly thank Turkey, Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and all Arab and Islamic states, the United States of America, and the European Union. And before I conclude, let me affirm, the suffering Syria endured, we wish upon no one. We are among the peoples most deeply aware of the horrors of war and destruction. For this reason, we stand firmly with the people of Gaza. For this reason, we stand firmly with the people of Gaza, its children and women, and all peoples facing violations and aggression. We call for an immediate end to the war. In conclusion, the Syrian story has not come to an end. It continues to write a new chapter entitled Peace, Prosperity, and Development, and may the peace of God be upon you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Syrian Arab Republic. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Zoran Milanovic, President of the Republic of Croatia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Vice President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Croatia, the United Nations has always been a core, essential global institution. During our own struggle for independence, sovereignty, recognition, and territorial integrity, the UN played a decisive role. Our path to admission and early years of membership were about braving the stormy seas rather than smooth sailing. And it was this organization and what it represents, the principles of the Charter of the UN, that served as our safe harbor. I believe this experience proved productive for both Croatia and the UN and has provided many lessons for the future, including on how to successfully end a complex war and conduct peaceful territorial integration and reintegration. Today, the international community faces daunting challenges. Armed conflicts are more numerous than at any time since the Second World War. They are multiplying and intensifying, overwhelming humanitarian systems and eroding trust in our capacity to prevent or resolve crises. In Ukraine, we hope the senseless loss of human lives will end as soon as possible. We welcome recent diplomatic efforts and encourage inclusive dialogue that can restore peace. Beyond Europe, other regions faced devastating crises. In Gaza, tens of thousands of women and children, human beings after all, or before all, have been killed and are being killed. Millions live without safety, food, medicine, and basic human dignity. This is worse than a mere war. It's a carnage, and we urgently call for it to end, for safe delivery of aid, especially to children, and for the release of all hostages. Lasting peace can only come through the universal recognition of the legitimate political aspirations of the Palestinian people, long denied. Time to close the chapter. The suffering is in less visible crisis is no less real. In Sudan, one of the gravest humanitarian catastrophes of the 21st century is unfolding before our eyes. UN peacekeeping must adapt to today's conflicts. Missions must be flexible, realistic, and sequenced towards achievable goals, reasonable goals. This requires the Security Council to focus on political solutions and remain committed to sustaining peace long after missions withdraw. Peace is more than silencing the guns. It requires preventing new wars and breaking the cycles of violence from the past. Lasting peace rests on democracy, legitimate governance, and full respect for the right of each people to freely choose their leaders and representatives. Excellencies, in our region of Southeast Europe, Croatia continues to champion and promote legitimate political processes as the foundation of progress. The EU membership is not a cure-all, but it remains a strong driver of prosperity, as can be witnessed in my country, Croatia. We promote good neighborly relations and urge all countries to refrain from actions that undermine stability in the region. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, we call for full respect of the constitutional order, sovereignty and equality of three constituent peoples. All parties and the international community must uphold the Dayton-Paris Peace Accord. Respecting the right of constituent peoples to choose their legitimate political representatives at all levels of government is fundamental prerequisite of lasting stability and progress in European Bosnia and Herzegovina. Lasting peace cannot be imposed. It must be built. And if it's to be sustainable, it must include respect for human rights and development that is inclusive and fair, basic building blocks of any just and prosperous society. The humanitarian system must be reformed to respond with speed, innovation, and stronger partnerships with local actors. Croatia supports the UN's humanitarian reset in order to make responses more agile, effective, and grounded in resilience. Above all, strict respect for international humanitarian law must remain the moral core of multilateralism. In Croatia, decades after the homeland war, 3 decades, 3.5 decades, families still search for 1,744 missing loved ones. Not bodies, not just numbers, but human souls, fathers, sons, grandchildren still missing, unaccounted for. As co-chair of the Global Alliance for the Missing, Croatia draws on its painful experience to raise global visibility of this issue, share good practices, and strengthen cooperation, survivor-centered justice enshrined in our laws in Croatia, and we encourage the others to follow this path. We also share the Croatian model for searching for the missing. It rests on an effective interdepartmental cooperation and a comprehensive, transparent approach without discrimination, consistent with the highest international standards, of whom some are set by us. With this in mind, Croatia is proud to host later today a high-level side event on missing persons in armed conflict, dedicated to advancing the search for answers. Another legacy of the homeland war is the issue of landmines. Croatia has been active in promoting the Human Rights Council's first resolution on landmines, adopted by consensus on April 4th, International Mine Action Day. The resolution reaffirms the treaty banning anti-personnel mines and sends a clear message. The needless cruelty of these weapons violates basic human rights, violates the sense of humanity, the notion of humanity. The togetherness which is promoted throughout this debate especially means inclusion of the most vulnerable. Therefore, Croatia is proud to have led the initiative resulting in consensus adoption of an impressive 99 member states co-sponsoring the General Assembly resolution declaring the June 27th as the International Day of Deaf Blindness. Peace and security are inseparable from development and human rights. The founders of the United Nations acknowledged this when they placed these 3 pillars at the heart of the organization. As we marked the 10th anniversary of the General Assembly's resolution on the 2030 agenda, Croatia reaffirms its commitment to the SDGs and to ensuring that no one is left behind. We are grateful to member states for their support in electing Croatia to the UN Economic and Social Council for the 2026-2028 term. Our priorities will include accelerating the 2030 agenda, preparing momentum for the 2027 SDG Summit and the agenda beyond 2030, and strengthening links between humanitarian, development, and peace efforts. At home, in Croatia, sustainable development is fully embedded in our national planning. Croatia's National Development Strategy 2030 is closely aligned with the SDGs, placing us among leading global performers. We reaffirm our commitment to progress made at SOP meetings, including the landmark SOP 28 agreement to begin phasing out fossil fuels. COP 29 in Baku, Azerbaijan, must deliver a new quantified climate finance goal, and COP 30 in Belém must raise ambition, advance fossil fuel transition, and scale up climate finance. Croatia supports a credible climate finance roadmap. The triple planetary crisis also threatens global public health. Croatia endorses the One Health approach, recognizing the interdependence of human, animal, and the environmental health. We welcome adoption of the pandemic agreement at the 78th World Health Assembly earlier this year. As a Mediterranean nation, Croatia knows that healthy seas are both a national imperative and a global responsibility. We remain committed to multilateral ocean protection under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Seas. We welcome the outcome of the third UN Ocean Conference in Nice, France, have ratified the BBNG agreement, and urge others to do so without unnecessary delay. Croatia's contribution to development cooperation and humanitarian aid continue to grow. Since 2011, we have steadily increased our support, reaching record levels in 2023. We share lessons from our own recovery, from democratic transition to mine action and veteran reintegration. In Ukraine, our expertise in humanitarian demining is particularly valued, making us one of the leading contributors relative to GDP. Our support extends far beyond our neighborhood, reaching whole Southeast Europe, the eastern and southern neighborhoods, and Africa. Excellencies, fundamental changes we are witnessing in our world are not mere historical echo, but an all-encompassing global transformation. We are at the defining moment of an era to come. Emerging technologies are reshaping every aspect of society: how we live, how we trade, and how we defend ourselves. Drones are a clear example. They did not only increase the lethality of war, they changed its economics. They showed us that assumptions we held only a decade ago about defense and deterrence are already outdated, total bygones. This disruption brings danger, but also opportunity. New tools can be misused by hostile actors, spreading instability and lowering the threshold for conflict. But the same tools, used responsibly, can strengthen our defenses, improve disaster response, and drive economic growth. Artificial intelligence, cyber capabilities, space technologies, robotics, each can be a threat or a solution. The choice is ours. We need to rethink security, not only nationally but globally. Rules, safeguards, and cooperation must keep pace with innovation. If they do not, we risk instability and peril. But if they do, these technologies can become engines of resilience and stability. The task is urgent. The world must act with clarity, not hesitation. Emerging technologies are not tomorrow's challenge. They are today's reality. And how we choose to guide them will define not just the future of defense, but the future of peace. Reforming the United Nations is an existential necessity. At 80, the UN must adapt to stay relevant and effective. We welcome the Secretary General's UN 80 initiative as an opportunity not only to celebrate achievements, but also to reform and revitalize the organization. Security Council remains essential. Its reform is at the fundamental. The Council must become more inclusive, effective, transparent, and accountable. Croatia supports comprehensive reform, including enlargement in both categories of membership and stronger representation of unrepresented regions, in particular Africa. The financial stability of the UN is also vital. All member states must pay their due, their contributions, in full, on time, and without conditions. Without predictable financing, mandates fail and trust weakens. The upcoming peace-building architecture review offers another chance to turn commitments into action. Croatia will contribute actively, emphasizing prevention, coherence, and strong links between peace, development, and human rights. We welcome the decision to provide assessed contributions for the Peace Building Fund from 2025, but needs still outpace resources. Mr. Vice President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the UN does not exist for itself, but to serve humanity, to save and improve lives, protect dignity and freedoms, and advance peace, security, and sustainable development. On its 80th anniversary, we have a duty to leave to future generations a UN system that is stronger, not weaker. Croatia will continue to defend the principles of the Charter and international law, not rules-based order, to support multilateral solutions, and to build partnerships rooted in respect and responsibility. The world is not short of strategies and grand ideas, reports, or debates. What it lacks is political courage and determination. Let us find that courage together and prove that multilateralism can meet this moment and rise to the challenges of our times. Thank you so much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Croatia. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nikos Christodoulidis, President of the Republic of Cyprus. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice. International order, as we noted, is challenged in an unprecedented manner 80 years since the United Nations emerged out of World War II. Today, we stand before drastic, unpredictable geopolitical shifts, instability that appears to spiral, and an uncharted landscape that seems resistant to the international order and norms as we know them. We are witnessing devastating wars, an unimaginable humanitarian catastrophe, and human suffering. Blatant violations of international law and international humanitarian law that bring our system to its knees. We stand before the rise of use of force against sovereign states that constantly escalate and expand, threatening regional security and stability. States are sponsoring Malayan actors to destabilize, disrupting critical maritime routes. The use of new means of warfare is rising without even the most basic safeguards in place. Global security is constantly undermined. At the same time, we are faced with the challenge of the uncontrolled expansion of technology and AI, threatening our security and the well-being of our children. And climate change is looming, threatening livelihoods, economies, creating new migration routes, and inequalities are becoming embedded. Our world is changing rapidly. And while there can be no doubt that the United Nations has served a noble cause and that together we have achieved tremendous progress, at this critical moment of inflection, we have a responsibility to recognize the shortcomings, to admit that we have lagged behind, that we have failed along the way. And these admissions need to steer us into action. We must urgently evolve to be fit to effectively address the immense, complex challenges we are faced with. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our moment of responsibility, collective responsibility and individual state responsibility, inextricably linked and mutually reinforcing. The scale and nature of the challenges we face require both. Better together is the theme of this year's assembly, but beyond better, we are also stronger together, more resilient together. This is the moment to renew our collective commitment and stand firmly and boldly in support of multilateralism and international law. Dialogue and diplomacy are the sole path to lasting stability and security. Dialogue and diplomacy over violence, each and every time. And most importantly, this is the moment to transform pledges into bold action, into change. Ladies and gentlemen, history will look back to this moment in time, and it will be unforgiving. It will judge us all not by the declaratory statements we pronounce, but by the change we enable. We will be judged by the change we become as states, as governments, as leaders that have been elected by our citizens to deliver. Your Excellencies, my country, Cyprus, walks this path of responsibility, and it stands ready to step up further, to assume even more its role as an enabler of security and stability in the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, as a driver of cooperation underpinned by a vision of strength through partnership with like-minded countries and a safe harbor in turbulent waters, determined to transform our geography in a complex region into a blessing by building on our long-standing historical ties with our neighbors that are anchored on trust, mutual respect, and cooperation, always part of the solution to the region's challenges as a credible, reliable, responsible partner. We have proven this time and time again. Cyprus will always be a stable, trustworthy, safe harbor. And let me be clear, this is not theoretical. It takes shape and form through concrete initiatives that build on Cyprus' role as a hub of stability and cooperation in a challenging part of the world. Cyprus has consistently provided the necessary infrastructure and support for the evacuation of foreign nationals from areas of danger or conflict, from Sudan, from Lebanon, from Israel, from Iran. Following the barbaric Hamas terrorist attack of October 7 and the subsequent war that has led to a humanitarian tragedy in Gaza, Cyprus assumed yet again its moral responsibility to its region. We did so through the development of the Amalthea Maritime Corridor for the delivery of humanitarian assistance to the civilian population in Gaza. The route was reactivated as recently as this past week. We worked with like-minded partners, the United Arab Emirates, the United States, the European Union, the UK, and others. And yes, we deliver. Furthermore, in the face of persecutions in the region towards religious and other minorities, Cyprus couldn't remain idle, proving our long-standing commitment to upholding fundamental rights and freedoms, demonstrating once again responsibility. We appointed a special envoy on the protection of religious freedom and the protection of minorities in the Middle East. At the same time, my country has responded to the calls of our neighbors for assistance in the face of fires, sending our brave firefighters as reinforcement, and our neighbors have reciprocated. Also, as a part of our regional responsibility in addressing climate change, Cyprus and Jordan's proposed initiative for a European firefighting hub in Cyprus covering our region is now in the path of implementation by the European Union. And the aforementioned example, dear friends, are only a snapshot of Cyprus's active, tangible responsibility. And I'm very proud that my country walks this path of responsibility, and we are determined to expand it, always part of the solution and never part of the problem. Your Excellencies, Cyprus stands ready to assume its regional responsibility also in the context of bringing an end to the war in Gaza, and given our proximity, to play a role in its reconstruction. Let me be clear, there are no substitutes for peace. This war must end. A first necessary step is the immediate ceasefire in Gaza, and I really hope that President Trump's initiative has a positive outcome. At the same time, the humanitarian catastrophe must be alleviated. This means unhindered flow of aid in Gaza. The displacement must also end. International humanitarian law must be respected. We also call with the same fervor for the immediate release of all hostages. And, dear friends, as unreachable as it may seem at this moment, we must not lose sight of the path for peace, for a two-state solution in line with the United Nations Security Council resolutions. We have a responsibility to continue our work for a future in which Israel and Palestine live side by side in conditions of lasting security and peace. And we must be clear and unequivocal that Hamas, a terrorist organization, has no place in such a future. Your Excellencies, as part of our responsibility, my country will assume the rotating presidency of the Council of the European Union in January of 2026. The European Union, that has evolved into an unprecedented political union embodying the essence of multilateralism, anchored on respect for the UN Charter. It is a project of collective responsibility that delivers a unifying force of stability, security, and prosperity. And the European Union presidency is yet another moment of responsibility for Cyprus. Europe's heart will beat for 6 months from the Union's last divided member state under occupation since the 1974 Turkish invasion. We will exercise our responsibility fully aware of what is at stake. An imperative need to deliver stronger multilateralism, more integration and more cooperation between Europe and the world. To deliver a stronger, more secure, more autonomous European Union, committed to supporting partners focusing also on the Eastern Mediterranean and the greater Middle East, supporting and investing in strategic partners that are pillars of stability in the region, such as Egypt and Jordan. working together with our Lebanese partners to ensure long-lasting stability in the country, working to ensure stability in Syria, inclusivity, respect to religious freedoms, and of course, protection of minorities, assuming more responsibility as a union for our security, but also for our neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, Cyprus will assume another role of responsibility for the first time in its history as a member of the Human Rights Council for the period 2025-27. It is in the same spirit that we also proudly presented our candidature for the presidency of the 81st session of the UN General Assembly. As a member state that embodies and embraces the principles of multilateralism, inclusivity, bridge building, and of course responsibility. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, the Russian aggression against Ukraine in violation of the UN Charter must serve as a wake-up call. As we condemn the use of force against a sovereign nation, the killing of civilians, the forced disappearance of children, the destruction and displacement, we have an obligation to remember. We must collectively act against aggressor, no matter who they are. Appeasing the aggressor never yields results, and history demonstrates this very clearly. Each time we turn a blind eye to violation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of states anywhere in the world, we create space and opportunity for the next aggressor. And this time, it can be bordering your country. In 2022, Russia invaded a sovereign nation, Ukraine, violating the UN Charter. In 1974, Turkey invaded a sovereign nation, Cyprus, violating the UN Charter. The violation is equal: the suffering, the invasion, and the occupation. My country, Cyprus, is under Turkish occupation for 51 years. Tens of thousands displaced, women raped, destruction of cultural and religious heritage, the fenced town of Varosha held hostage by Turkey, awaiting for its lawful inhabitants to return as the relevant UN Security Council resolutions have prescribed for Turkey to allow. A policy of illegal settlements to change the demographic character of the country. Families, 51 years later, waiting for the fate of their loved ones. As a young boy in those early years after the invasion, the images of mothers and children weeping for their loved ones have been engraved in my memory. Dear friends, the playbook of occupiers is always the same. Your Excellencies, from this very podium yesterday, Mr. Erdogan preached the word on peace and accountability. He pointed the finger to others for crimes Turkey itself commits every single day. That is selective sensitivity and hypocrisy of the highest form. Illegality cannot yield legality. Illegality stemming from use of force cannot be recognized, no matter who is the perpetrator is, no matter who the victim is. Ladies and gentlemen, politicians are judged not by their words, but by their actions. It is what distinguishes politicians from leaders. Cyprus has proven time and again that it is a reliable, responsible actor. A country that not only talks the talk, but also walks the walk of responsibility. And my call to Mr. Erdogan is to join that path of responsibility, to end the occupation through negotiations for a comprehensive settlement that will reunify Cyprus in a bizonal, bicommunal federation with political equality, always in line with UN Security Council resolutions, European Union law, values, and principles. This is the only way. Therefore, let me repeat, the call for responsibility is the loudest for my own country. I'm ready for this moment of responsibility, ready to deliver on the call of history to reunify Cyprus, to reunify my people, Greek Cypriots, Turkish Cypriots, Maronites, Armenians, and Latins. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we stand at the brink of a precipice. And while the impulse may be to shrink away from the immense responsibility we inherited from the visionaries who stood here 80 years ago, now is the moment for us to assume our responsibility collectively and individually as states. Rest assured that my country, Cyprus, will continue to do its part by being responsible, by being advocates for responsibility, for the good of humanity, for our peoples. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cyprus. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Stubb, President of the Republic of Finland. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in its simplest form, foreign policy is really about three things: about values, interests, and power. I come from a relatively small country, Finland, and our toolkit is mainly about two of those three things. It's about values and interests. Power, hard or soft, is usually the luxury of bigger players. The power of smaller country arises from its capacity to cooperate with others. Smart diplomacy gives smaller player at least relative influence. The UN is, of course, case in point. Big players have power through their permanent membership in the UN Security Council. But we, the smaller players, can influence the ebb and flow of international relations by being active in the corridors of diplomacy. Now, most of the speeches that we've heard here today have highlighted the fact that the world order, balance, and dynamics are changing, much like they did after World War II when the UN was founded. I actually think that the post-Cold War order is over, but we don't know what the new order is going to look like. It will take at least 5 to 10 years for things to settle. And my message to this Assembly today is that regardless of the size, each and every member state of the United Nations has agency, a say in how the new world order will look like. It is important that we all use this power wisely and responsibly. Now, I fully appreciate that our interests differ, depending on our geographical location, history, state of development, or culture. But fundamental values are something we should all share. We have commonly defined some of the most essential of them in the UN Charter. Today, I want to do two things. First, analyze where we are, and second, give my proposals on what we might want to do together. To understand what's currently happening in the world, I'd like to raise three different but yet related developments. First, it seems to me that there's a growing tension between multilateralism, in other words, an order based on the rule of law, and those that speak the language of multipolarity or transactionalism. So difference between multilateralism and multipolarity. Now, I can understand the temptation and the rationale of the proponents of multipolarity and transactionalism. But can they solve the world's biggest challenges, such as climate change or sustainable development? Today, I see many states, both big and small, pursuing transactional or multivectoral foreign policies. In essence, their aim is to diversify their relations with multiple actors rather than aligning with any one particular bloc. Now, this can be opportunistic, but it may also be justified and reasonable. This depends on political choices. A transactional or multivectoral foreign policy is dominated by interests. Interests drive practical choices of states, and this is entirely legitimate. This kind of foreign policy is based on a realistic understanding of power. Power defines the limits of what is possible for each state. However, values should actually underpin everything we do. Even transactional or multivectoral foreign policy should rest on a score of fundamental values. Without them, foreign policy will ultimately run into a wall. If you set aside values for unhindered pursuit of power and interests, you will eventually find before you the very same problems you wanted to overlook. Second, the balance of power in the New World Order is shifting towards the South and the East. Many countries, especially in Africa, Asia, Latin America, are becoming or have become key players in determining the direction of the New World Order. To put it simply, they have both agency and power. They are not only an expanding economic force, but their demographic growth is inexorable. This will also turn them into a political and cultural force. It will yield them both hard power and soft power, and they will use it to promote their interests as they should. The 193 members of the United Nations do not have to agree on every minute detail of values, but we have to have a common understanding of fundamentals. They include the sovereignty and territorial integrity of states. They include the prohibition of the use of force and the respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms. These values are the building blocks of who we are and what we stand for as the United Nations. The broad international community has overwhelmingly an interest to uphold them. Let me be clear. Russia has no right to continue its aggression on Ukraine. Israel has no right to violate international law in Palestine. States have no right to use Sudanese or Congolese territories to fight proxy wars for their economic or strategic self-interests. I urge us all to heed this message of the international community and act accordingly. War is always a failure of humanity. It is a collective failure of our fundamental values. It is a failure of us as human beings. Thirdly, I would like to say a few words about the state of the United Nations, the institution where we are. The UN was created to maintain and promote peace, stability, development, and friendly relations among nations. In order to achieve this, the balance between the three elements was required. The power at the highest level was represented by the UN Security Council. The interests of the wider membership were reconciled here in the General Assembly, and the values were enshrined in the Charter and consolidated as rules of international law. Now, unfortunately today, the UN is struggling to fulfill its central promise of delivering peace and stability. We can always blame each other, but at the end of the day, it's a collective decision. Countries have increasingly taken the liberty to break the rules of international law and to use force against other people's territories and suppress other nations. The United Nations of today does not sufficiently reflect the realities of the balance of power. All too often, it fails to serve as a forum for the coordination of interests, and the values at its core are too often not respected in good faith. We all want to have the freedom to make choices and a possibility to influence the world around us. Today, many countries are seeking answers in multipolarity or transactionalism. If the UN fails to deliver, this trend will accelerate. So, let me sum up in the terms of the three pillars: values, interests, and power. Our values can divide us. Fundamentally, however, they should unite us around the basic principles of humanity, the rule of law, and the prohibition of aggression. Our interests differ, and it's only right that we promote them. However, our choices have consequences. Opportunism will eventually be forced to confront the problems it tried to ignore. Power will constantly seek a new balance. We must adapt to change. Nevertheless, we should not allow the rise of hard power to blind us. The power of legitimacy, integrity, and rules will remain strong. So let me get to my second part, from the situation to possible solutions or things that we could do together. Never before in history has humankind had such means of innovations at its disposal to solve the world's most pressing problems. However, the current direction is wrong in so many ways. There are more wars than at any time since World War II. The world is becoming increasingly divided. And so are our societies, and the measures to deal with climate change and sustainable development are lagging behind. In different parts of the world, we're witnessing immense civilian suffering and blatant disrespect for humanitarian principles. For me as a Finn, Russia's war of aggression in Ukraine not only reminds me of our past, but is directly linked to the security of the part of the world where I live. On the other hand, there is aggression and total disregard for civilian life, and an attempt to undermine the fundamental principles on which the international order is based. On the other hand, there's a bastion of freedom that is defending its right to exist and to make its own choices. The battle for what consequences we will draw from this aggression is not yet over. Recently, there's been serious attempts at diplomatic solutions of the war on the initiative of the United States. There are no perfect solutions to wars. At the same time, we know that any decision made in these matters will have far-reaching consequences in Ukraine and beyond. There can hardly be a stronger unifying interest among the UN's broad membership than our opposition to the wars of conquest. Aggression must not be rewarded. Accountability for the most serious international crimes must be pursued. In the Middle East, civilians in Gaza are experiencing immense suffering. The deepening humanitarian crisis has reached unbearable levels and represents a failure of the international system. At the same time, Hamas continues to hold the hostages it has taken, and many have already lost their lives. An immediate ceasefire is needed in Gaza. That has been reiterated from this podium many times today and yesterday. Humanitarian aid must be granted safe and unhindered access. The hostages must be released. I commend the efforts led by France and Saudi Arabia to advance the two-state solution. The negotiations must meet the Israeli and Palestinian security needs and Palestinian right to self-determination, its legitimate aspiration for statehood and sovereignty. The occupation that began in 1967 must end, and all permanent status issues must be resolved. Correspondingly, the countries that have not recognized Israel must do so. At the same time, the international community must support and strengthen the Palestinian Authority for it to govern the entire Palestinian territory effectively. This is the only viable option for achieving a two-state solution. A stable Palestine will also significantly benefit the security of Israel. In many parts of the world, conflicts are raging, causing immense suffering locally, instability regionally, and reverberations globally. We've witnessed particularly brutal violence in Sudan, in the Democratic Republic of Congo, in Haiti, Myanmar, and Mali, among others. Civilian populations continue to face famine and displacement at a large scale. And sometimes I feel that we end up looking at conflicts only that are near to us. But I think the job of the UN is to look at all of them with equal determination. I praise all those who, in good faith, continue to work for peace despite the daunting task. In June, a peace agreement was reached for the conflict in the Eastern Democratic Republic of Congo. The true test, like with all peace agreements, lies in its implementation. Does it stick? There's a humanitarian crisis of alarming proportions that compels us, all of us, to respond. Peace processes should not be transactional. They must be guided by international law. All countries and stakeholders in the region must be engaged and committed to achieve sustainable peace. The presence and involvement of the UN is essential. I would also like to stress the crucial work carried out by journalists amid conflicts and in other difficult circumstances. Attacks on members of the media are unacceptable. Media freedom is the basis for democracy. It is a prerequisite for an open society. The ability of the press to carry out its work is important for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, the composition of the UN still largely reflects the world of 1945. As the world has changed drastically, so should the decision-making at the UN. Last year, in this very hall, I argued for a reformed Security Council, a council where currently underrepresented regions would have a stronger voice through permanent seats at the table. The number of permanent members should be increased in the UN Security Council. At least there should be 2 new seats for Asia, 2 for Africa, and 1 for Latin America. I think I'm going to say this every year because it's the only place where I get applause. No single state should have a veto power. And if a member of the Security Council violates the UN Charter, its voting rights should be suspended. I believe that these changes at the top of the UN are necessary in order to maintain the UN's central role in international relations. At the same time, a more comprehensive reform of the UN is needed. I commend the Secretary General for his UN 80 initiative, and I encourage him to take bold and ambitious action. So Finland strongly supports the UN and wants it to succeed. Therefore, we stress the need for true reform to enhance the organization's credibility, relevance, and efficiency. This will ensure that the UN can act. The UN needs to focus its efforts on its most important goals: ending and preventing wars, protecting human rights, and acting as a catalyst for sustainable development. And also, we need to get the UN back into peace mediation. I would argue that one of the reasons that we have so many wars right now is that the UN is absent from peace mediation. No other organization can offer the legitimacy comparable to that of the UN. If the UN is absent, conflicts are not resolved without it, which is not in our common interests. The UN is needed as a mediator, and the member states should support it at this endeavor. Finally, Finland is strongly engaged in the work of the UN and will remain so. Therefore, we're also standing for election to the Security Council for the term of 2029 to 2030. Should we be elected, Finland pledges to be a principled and pragmatic partner for peace. We are principled in our commitment to international law, with the Charter at its core. We are pragmatic in seeking solutions that truly advance international peace and security, recognizing that progress is often incremental. At the outset of my speech, I said that each and every one of us has agency, a say how the new world order will look like. We want to be able to make our own choices and have an impact on the world around us. Nelson Mandela saw truth and reconciliation as the only hope for nations that are bitterly divided. The same applies to relations between states. We should learn from history, but always look to the future, bearing in mind that our decisions will shape it. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Finland. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency and invite him to address the Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, the Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I congratulate Her Excellency Annalena Baerbock on her election as President of the General Assembly to lead this historic 80th session of the General Assembly. I thank her predecessor, His Excellency Philemon Young, for his distinguished leadership during the 79th session. I commend the Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, for his steadfast commitment to the ideas of the United Nations during these increasingly turbulent times. Madam President, it's both an honor and a solemn responsibility to address this Assembly on the 80th anniversary of the United Nations.